Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. And weak men create hard times. You have heard this before. It is painted on gym walls. It is shared in motivational videos. It is used to explain everything from the fall of Rome to the state of modern politics. And like most things that are repeated often enough, it is half right. The cycle exists. History proves it. But what people get wrong, what modern society gets fundamentally, catastrophically wrong, is what weakness actually looks like. Weakness is not cowardice. It is not laziness. It is not the absence of power. It is the presence of power, without the wisdom, the courage, or the humility to use it correctly. Tonight, we are going to meet 14 people who exemplify this. 14 true stories. 14 warnings written in the blood of the people who trusted them. An emperor who executed his own protector. The only general who could save his empire because that general's competence made him uncomfortable. A Tsar whose inability to make a single decision produced the Soviet Union, the Cold War, and the nuclear age. And a company that literally invented the technology that would change the world looked at it and said, bury it. Every one of these stories is real. Everyone is verified. And everyone ends the same way. The people who paid for the weakness were never the leaders themselves. This is what modern society gets wrong about the hard times cycle. The weak do not suffer the consequences of their weakness. The strong do. The ordinary do. The ones who trusted them do. Welcome, Midnight Magnates. This is Mr. Calder. As the world goes quiet, we step into the shadows to uncover the stories that built our world. If you enjoy listening or falling asleep to the hidden history of power, fortunes made, and the human nature behind the price of greatness, then this is the place for you. Let me know in the comments below, where are you listening from, and what time do you listen to these stories? Is it during the day, while exercising, on a commute, or late at night in a comfortable place? We are getting close to my goal of 100 followers. It's not much, but it means everything to me. I would appreciate it if you checked that you are following and share your favorite episode with a friend. Now, let's take a journey into the darkness of history. Rome, August 24th, 410 AD. The night is warm, the kind of summer warmth that settles into stone and does not leave, even after the sun goes down. Somewhere in the eastern quarter, a dog is barking. It will not bark for much longer. For 800 years, since the Gauls under Brennus in 390 BC, no foreign army has entered the walls of Rome. 8 centuries of invincibility. An entire civilization built on the assumption that this city, this specific collection of temples and forums and senate houses and aqueducts, is eternal. Tonight, that assumption dies. The Salarian Gate opens from the inside. Slaves, Rome's own slaves, pull back the bolts, and through the gate pour the Visigoths. Alaric, his men, 30,000 warriors who, 2 years ago, were serving in the Roman army. They were Roman soldiers, Roman federates. They fought under Roman standards, drew Roman pay, defended Roman borders, and then an emperor named Honorius, a man who had never won a battle, never led a charge, never done anything more courageous than name his chickens, made a decision. He executed the one man who held them together, the one general who had kept them loyal, the one person standing between Rome and exactly this. His name was Flavius Stilicho, half Vandal, half Roman, all soldier. For 15 years, he had been the shield of the Western Empire. He defeated Alaric at Pollentia. He defeated Radagaisus at Faesulae. He held together an army of barbarian federates through personal loyalty, strategic genius, and the kind of quiet competence that empires depend on, but rarely appreciate. And Honorius killed him. Not on the battlefield, not in a war, in a palace in Ravenna on a summer day in 408 AD. Because Stilicho's competence made Honorius feel small. Because courtiers, men who had never held a sword, whispered that Stilicho was too powerful. Because a weak emperor will always feel threatened by a strong general. Within weeks of Stilicho's death, 30,000 barbarian soldiers defected to Alaric, not because they loved the Visigoths, but because the Romans had massacred their families in the anti-barbarian purge that followed Stilicho's fall. And now, Alaric is inside the walls, and Rome is burning. And somewhere in Ravenna, 200 miles away, behind its impregnable marshes, Emperor Honorius sits in his palace, feeding his chickens. If these stories speak to you, if you find comfort in the lessons found in the quiet corners of history, tap the follow button to join our circle of dreamers and let the next story find you when you need it most. There is a particular kind of weakness that does not look like weakness at all. It looks like authority. It wears purple. It sits on thrones. It issues orders that men in armor carry out without question. And it destroys empires. In 393 AD, a 10-year-old boy named Flavius Honorius became emperor of the Western Roman Empire. He did not earn this. He did not fight for it. He did not demonstrate any talent, any vision, any capacity for leadership whatsoever. He was born to it. His father, Theodosius I, the last emperor to rule both halves of the Roman world, divided the empire between his two sons. Arcadius took the east. Honorius took the west. And the Western Empire, at that moment, received a death sentence. It just did not know it yet. But Theodosius was not a fool. He knew his son was young. He knew the boy needed protection. So he did what any competent ruler does when he cannot rule. He appointed someone who could. That man was Flavius Stilicho. Now, Stilicho was a remarkable figure, half Vandal by blood. His father was a Vandal cavalry officer who had served Rome with distinction, half Roman by upbringing, training, and loyalty. He had risen through the ranks on ability, not birthright. He married Theodosius' niece Serena. He was appointed Magister Militum, supreme military commander, and given effective guardianship over the young emperor. And for the next 15 years, he was the single reason the Western Empire continued to exist. This is important. Understand what Stilicho was doing. The Western Empire in the early 5th century was not the Rome of Augustus. It was not the Rome of Trajan. It was a system in advanced decay. Undermanned legions, overstretched borders, barbarian tribes pressing from every direction, and an economy that could no longer fund the military it needed. Stilicho was not building an empire. He was holding one together with willpower, tactical brilliance, and the personal loyalty of an army that served him because he had earned their respect on the battlefield. In 402, Alaric and his Visigoths invaded Italy. Stilicho defeated them at Pollentia, defeated them again at Verona in 403. In 405, a massive coalition under Radagaisus, reportedly numbering over 100,000, poured across the Alps. Stilicho destroyed them at Faesulae. He did this with an army that was, by this point, significantly composed of barbarian federates, Goths, Vandals, Alans, Huns, men who served Rome not because they were Roman, but because Stilicho had made service worthwhile. He was the shield of the Western Empire, and the emperor he protected resented him for it. This is the pattern we need to understand, because it repeats across centuries, across civilizations, across boardrooms and war rooms and palace corridors. Weak leaders are not threatened by enemies. They are threatened by competent subordinates. A strong enemy validates a leader's position. It gives them something to rally against. But a strong subordinate, a subordinate who is visibly, undeniably better at the job than the leader. That is an existential threat to a weak ego. Honorius grew up in Stilicho's shadow. Every victory was Stilicho's. Every crisis was resolved by Stilicho. Every foreign delegation knew that the real power in the Western Empire did not sit on the throne. It stood beside it. And for a man who had inherited absolute authority, but possessed none of the qualities that make authority legitimate, this was intolerable. The courtiers saw the crack. They always do. A faction led by a bureaucrat named Olympius, a man whose entire career was palace politics, who had never commanded a soldier or governed a province, began whispering to Honorius, "Stilicho is too powerful. Stilicho wants the throne for his son. Stilicho is negotiating secretly with Alaric. Stilicho is half barbarian. Can he truly be trusted?" None of this was true, but it did not need to be true. It only needed to be believed by a man who was already afraid. On August 22nd, 408 AD, Honorius ordered Stilicho's arrest. Stilicho was at Ravenna. He had soldiers, loyal, battle-hardened veterans who would have fought for him, who begged him to resist. He refused. He walked to a church and claimed sanctuary. Then he walked out and submitted to arrest. Because starting a civil war, he believed, would destroy the empire he had spent his life defending. They executed him immediately. And where was Honorius during all this? In Ravenna, in his palace, with his chickens. The emperor had developed a passionate attachment to poultry, a hobby that historians have noted with the kind of restraint that barely conceals their contempt. History does not record whether the chickens had opinions on the removal of the empire's only competent military commander. But given the results, they might have offered better counsel than Olympias. The aftermath was swift and catastrophic. In the anti-barbarian hysteria that followed Stilicho's fall, Roman citizens attacked the families of barbarian soldiers serving in the army. Wives, children, the families of the men who had been fighting Rome's wars for a decade. 30,000 barbarian federates, experienced, armed, and now with absolutely nothing left to lose, defected to Alaric. Think about what just happened. In a single month, the Western Empire lost its best general and 30,000 of its best soldiers, not to an enemy, to itself. Alaric moved on Rome. He did not particularly want to sack the city. What he wanted, what he had always wanted, was land for his people and a formal position within the Roman system. A deal, a negotiation. The kind of practical arrangement that Stilicho would have understood and probably could have brokered. But Stilicho was dead, and Honorius, safe behind the marshes of Ravenna, had neither the ability nor the inclination to negotiate. He rejected Alaric's offers, all of them. 3 times Alaric besieged Rome. 3 times he offered terms. 3 times Honorius, from 200 miles away, refused. Now, I want you to sit with this for a moment. What would you have done? Stilicho, when he was arrested, had the military strength to resist. His soldiers begged him to fight. He chose not to, because he believed civil war would destroy the empire. Was he right? Was his restraint wisdom or weakness? This is not a simple question, because sometimes the most powerful thing a person can do is the thing they refuse to do, and sometimes that refusal is exactly what their enemies are counting on. On August 24th, 410 AD, slaves inside Rome opened the Salarian Gate. The Visigoths entered the city. For 3 days they looted, they burned, they took what they wanted. The churches were largely spared. Alaric was Christian after all, but the psychological damage was beyond calculation. Rome, the eternal city, the center of Western civilization for a millennium, had fallen. When the news reached the scholar Jerome in Bethlehem, he wrote words that echoed across the ancient world. The city which had taken the whole world was itself taken. Saint Augustine, in Hippo, began writing The City of God, a theological response to the question that now consumed every thinking person in the Roman world. If Rome can fall, what does that mean for everything we believed? And where was Honorius when he heard? There is an anecdote, probably apocryphal, recorded by the historian Procopius a century later, but revealing of Honorius' reputation. When a courtier burst into the palace shouting, "Roma has perished," Honorius was reportedly devastated. Then the courtier clarified that he meant the city. Honorius, it seems, had initially thought they were referring to his pet chicken, also named Roma. The emperor, according to this story, was relieved. A man who could confuse the fall of civilization with the death of a chicken and feel relief when it was only the civilization. Honorius lived for another 13 years. He never recaptured Rome. He told Britain to look to their own defenses, effectively abandoning a province that had been Roman for 350 years. Britain descended into what historians call the Dark Ages. The Western Empire staggered on until 476, but it was never again what it had been. The fall was slow, but the fatal wound was delivered in 408. Not by Alaric, not by the Visigoths, by an emperor who killed the one man who could have saved everything. We saw something similar with the Company Bahadur. If you haven't seen that episode, I highly recommend it. An institution that grew so powerful, it became ungovernable, even by itself. But Honorius represents something darker. The East India Company was consumed by its own success. Honorius was consumed by his own inadequacy. He could not bear the presence of a man who was better than him. And so he removed that man. And the empire paid the price. The pattern has a name. We might call it the Protector Paradox. The people who are best positioned to save a failing system are often the first ones that failing system destroys. Because competence is threatening. Because strength reveals weakness by contrast. Because weak leaders would rather rule over ruins than share credit with the person who could have prevented them. Remember that name, the Protector Paradox, because we are going to see it again tonight. More than once. From an empire destroyed by one man's jealousy of competence, we move to something different, something stranger, something that proves weakness is not always a choice. Sometimes it is bred into the blood, literally. Next, a king so physically broken by his family's obsession with power that he could not even feed himself. And the war his death ignited consumed an entire continent. There's a line that echoes through the corridors of European history. A motto, really. Belongs to the Habsburgs. Bella gerant alii. Tu, Felix Austria, nube. Let others wage war. You, happy Austria, marry. And you have to admire it, at least at first. While every other dynasty on the continent was spending blood and treasure on battlefields, the Habsburgs figured out something elegant. Why fight for a kingdom when you can marry into one? Why siege a city when you can send a bride? It was arbitrage applied to geopolitics. They found a market inefficiency, the marriage contract, and they exploited it for centuries. By the late 1500s, the Habsburg family controlled Spain, Austria, the Netherlands, much of Italy, and an empire stretching across the Americas. They hadn't conquered most of it. They'd inherited it, married into it, merged with it. The largest political entity in Europe, assembled not through military genius, but through strategic reproduction. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Because the mechanism that built the empire contained, within its own logic, the seed of its destruction. See, when your entire strategy depends on keeping power within the family through marriage, you eventually run out of families to marry into. The circle gets smaller, the options narrow. And the Habsburgs, rather than expanding their marriage pool, did something that any geneticist today would recognize as catastrophic. They married each other, not once, not as an emergency measure, as a policy. Uncle to niece, cousin to cousin, generation after generation, the same blood folding back on itself. They looked at their family tree, which was less a tree than a wreath, and said, "You know what this needs? Another loop." Therefore, what had been a dynasty of strategic brilliance became a case study in biological collapse. And no single human being in recorded history embodies that collapse more completely than the last Habsburg king of Spain, Charles II, born November 6th, 1661. Let me walk you through the mathematics of what created him, because this isn't a story about one unfortunate child. It's about a system that produced him inevitably. In genetics, there's a measurement called the inbreeding coefficient. It calculates the probability that a person has inherited two identical copies of a gene from a single ancestor. For the general population, that number hovers near zero. For the child of first cousins, it's roughly 0.0625. For the child of siblings, which is universally recognized as the extreme, it's 0.25. Charles II of Spain had an inbreeding coefficient of 0.254, higher than the child of a brother and sister. His parents, Philip IV and Mariana of Austria were uncle and niece. But that single marriage wasn't the problem. The problem was that this pattern had been repeating for generations. His grandmother was also his aunt. His great-grandmother was also his grandmother. The same names appear in his family tree over and over, like a hall of mirrors reflecting the same face into infinity. Now, consider the trajectory. In the early 1500s, Habsburg inbreeding coefficients were around 0.025, manageable. By the mid-1500s, they'd climbed to 0.05. By the early 1600s, past 0.1. Each generation, the number crept higher. Each generation, the physical consequences became more visible. The Habsburg jaw, you've probably seen the portraits. That pronounced lower jaw, the jutting chin, the protruding lower lip. It appears mildly in Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor who ruled half the world. It's more visible in Philip II, more pronounced still in Philip III. By Philip IV, it's unmistakable, but in Charles II, it reached a point where it was no longer a cosmetic feature. It was a disability. His jaw was so malformed, so drastically oversized relative to his upper palate, that he could not chew food. The King of Spain, ruler of a global empire, could not perform the basic biological function of mastication. His food had to be pre-processed, softened, essentially pre-digested before it entered his mouth. And that was only the beginning. Charles could not walk until he was 8 years old. When he finally managed it, he never walked well. He was carried frequently. His tongue was so large for his mouth that he was difficult to understand when he spoke, which wasn't often, because his intellectual development was profoundly delayed. He suffered from chronic illness throughout his entire life. Seizures, infections, digestive failures. He was, in the clinical language of modern genetics, the product of a genome so compressed by repeated inbreeding that it expressed virtually every recessive disorder his lineage carried. Here's the detail that stays with me. When his first wife, Marie-Louise of Orléans, was told she would marry the King of Spain, she reportedly wept. This was a French princess, raised in Versailles, accustomed to the idea that royal marriages were political transactions. She understood the arrangement, but when she learned exactly who she was marrying, when she saw what generations of Habsburg marriage policy had produced, she cried. And can you blame her? This was not a king in any functional sense. This was a man who could barely feed himself, who struggled to form coherent sentences, who was physically frail in a way that made the court whisper constantly about succession. She was 20 years old. He was 18. She walked into that marriage knowing it would produce no heirs, no partnership, no companionship worth the name. Therefore Spain, the nation that had dominated the 16th century, that had built the first truly global empire, that had sent armadas and conquistadors and missionaries to every corner of the known world, entered a period of 35 years under a king who could not govern. 35 years. Think about what that means for a nation. The king cannot make decisions, so the court fills the vacuum. Factions form. Nobles compete not for the king's favor, because the king barely understands what favor means, but for proximity to the regency, to the Queen Mother, to whoever seems to hold actual power on any given Tuesday. Policy becomes incoherent because there is no center. Spain doesn't decline in a dramatic collapse. It declines the way a building declines when no one maintains it. Slowly, quietly, one crumbling brick at a time. See, this is the part people miss about weak leadership. It's not that the weak leader makes bad decisions. It's that they make no decisions, and the absence of decision-making creates a power vacuum that gets filled by whoever is most ambitious, most ruthless, or most proximate. The court of Charles II became a nest of competing interests, each pulling Spain in a different direction, none accountable to any coherent strategy. Because there was no strategy. There was only a man on a throne who couldn't chew his own food. And then came the exorcisms. The Spanish court, unable to explain why their king was so profoundly damaged and unwilling to acknowledge the obvious genetic explanation, concluded that Charles must be bewitched, cursed, under the influence of dark magic. They called him El Hechizado, the bewitched. Now, pause on that. This is not a peasant village attributing crop failure to witchcraft. This is the court of a major European power in the late 17th century, conducting formal exorcisms on their reigning monarch, because the alternative explanation that their own marriage policies had destroyed him was too threatening to accept. The institution could not diagnose itself. The system could not see that it was the disease. Exorcists were brought in, rituals performed. Charles reportedly underwent multiple sessions where priests attempted to cast out whatever demons were supposedly responsible for his condition. None of it worked, obviously, because the problem wasn't supernatural. The problem was genetic. The problem was written into every cell of his body, placed there by the very strategy that had built the empire. Meanwhile, Spain continued to hemorrhage power, territory, influence. The empire that had once stretched from Manila to Mexico City was contracting. Other nations, France, England, the Dutch Republic, were rising. And Spain could do nothing about it, because Spain had no functioning executive, just a wraith on a throne, surrounded by competing courtiers and exorcists. Charles married twice. Marie-Louise of Orléans first, from 1679 to her death in 1689. Then Maria Anna of Neuburg, from 1689 until Charles's own death. Neither marriage produced children, which, given Charles's physical condition, was not surprising. But the absence of an heir meant something enormous for European politics. Because the Spanish Empire, still vast, still wealthy, still strategically critical, had no succession plan, no clear inheritor, and every major power in Europe knew it. The vultures began circling while Charles was still alive. France, Austria, England, the Dutch, all of them positioning, negotiating, planning for the moment when the last Habsburg king of Spain would finally die. His very existence had become a countdown clock for a continental war. And then came the autopsy. Charles died on November 1st, 1700. He was 38 years old, though by all accounts he looked and functioned as a man decades older. The physicians who examined his body afterward produced a report that reads like a horror catalogue. His body did not contain a single drop of blood. His heart was the size of a peppercorn. His lungs were corroded. His intestines were rotten and gangrenous. He had a single testicle, black as coal, and his head was full of water. Now, we can read that through a modern medical lens and identify the likely conditions. The fluid in his skull suggests hydrocephalus. The heart description suggests severe cardiac atrophy. The intestinal description suggests chronic gastrointestinal failure. The testicular description suggests the reproductive system never properly developed. Every system in his body had been compromised. He was, in the most literal sense, falling apart from within. And with his death, the countdown reached 0. The War of the Spanish Succession erupted in 1701. It lasted 13 years. It drew in virtually every major power in Europe: France, Spain, Austria, England, the Dutch Republic, Portugal, Savoy, all of them fighting over the carcass of the Spanish Empire. Somewhere between 400,000 and 1 million people died. The map of Europe was redrawn. And Spain? Spain never recovered. Not really. The treaty that ended the war in 1714 gave the Spanish throne to a Bourbon, a French dynasty, not a Habsburg. Spain lost the Spanish Netherlands, lost Naples, lost Sardinia, lost Milan, lost Gibraltar. The empire that had been the greatest on earth a century earlier was permanently reduced to second rank. Therefore, the dynasty that acquired power through marriage was destroyed by marriage. The very mechanism of their ascent became the mechanism of their collapse. The tool they used to build was the tool that broke them. This is what I call the closed system death spiral. It works like this. An institution discovers a strategy that generates enormous success. Marriage alliances, in the Habsburgs' case. The strategy works so well that it becomes the only strategy. The institution doubles down, triples down. The strategy becomes not just a tool, but an identity. We are the family that marries for power. This is what we do. This is who we are. But every strategy has constraints. Every approach has diminishing returns. And when the institution refuses to adapt, when it keeps applying the same method, even as the returns diminish and the costs escalate, the strategy doesn't just stop working. It actively destroys the institution from within. The Habsburgs didn't just fail to acquire new territory through inbreeding. They produced a king so damaged that he couldn't govern. They didn't just plateau, they collapsed. The very blood they were trying to keep pure became poison. See, the lesson here isn't about genetics. Not really. It's about any system that closes itself off from external input. A dynasty that only marries within itself. A company that only promotes from within. A government that only listens to its own intelligence. A family business that only trusts family. The pattern is the same. When the gene pool narrows, mutations accumulate. When the talent pool narrows, incompetence accumulates. When the information pool narrows, delusion accumulates. The mechanism is identical across every domain. Closed systems degrade. It's not a moral judgment. It's thermodynamics. And here's the cruelest part. At every stage, the people inside the system believed they were preserving something valuable. The Habsburgs genuinely believed that their bloodline was special, that keeping it pure, keeping power within the family, was not just strategic, but righteous. They weren't villains, they were rational actors following a strategy that had worked spectacularly well, right up until the point it didn't. How many institutions today operate the same way? How many companies promote based on loyalty rather than competence? How many governments fill positions with allies rather than experts? How many families hand businesses to children who have no aptitude for them simply because the blood is right? The Habsburg jaw is everywhere if you know where to look. Charles II never understood any of this. He couldn't have. He was born into a body that his own family's choices had broken, ruled an empire that those same choices were breaking, and died without the intellectual capacity to comprehend either failure. He was not the villain of this story. He was the product, the inevitable output of a system that refused to accept external input. And the system, even after watching what it had produced, even after seeing the consequences, written in the twisted face and broken body of their own king, still could not diagnose itself, still reached for exorcists instead of mirrors, still blamed demons instead of decisions. The closed system. Death spiral doesn't announce itself. It doesn't arrive with warning signs and flashing lights. It arrives as tradition, as identity, as the way we've always done things. And by the time the consequences become undeniable, by the time the king cannot chew, by the time the empire cannot function, by the time the autopsy reveals a body with a heart the size of a peppercorn, it is far, far too late. The Habsburgs built their empire through marriage. Marriage destroyed their empire. The tool and the weapon were the same thing. From a dynasty destroyed by its own blood, to an empire destroyed by one man's inability to make a decision, Nicholas II inherited the largest nation on earth and managed to lose all of it. The year is 1894. Alexander III, a man built like a bear with a will to match, is dying of kidney failure at the age of 49. He has ruled Russia with an iron hand for 13 years. Crushed dissent, expanded the empire, maintained the autocracy through sheer force of personality. His son Nicholas is 26 years old, and when the crown passes to him, the young man says something that should have echoed through every palace in Europe as a warning. What is going to happen to me and all of Russia? I am not prepared to be a Tsar. I never wanted to become one. I know nothing of the business of ruling. Now, in most professions, admitting you are unqualified is the first step toward getting qualified. You don't know something, so you learn it. But autocracy doesn't work that way. An autocrat who admits weakness invites predators. An autocrat who confesses ignorance creates a vacuum. And Nicholas, in that single honest moment, diagnosed his own fatal flaw with perfect accuracy, then spent the next 23 years proving it right. He inherited the largest contiguous empire on Earth. Over 22 million square kilometers, 125 million subjects, spanning 11 time zones. The Russian army was the largest in the world. The resources were practically limitless: timber, minerals, oil, grain. On paper, no nation in 1894 had more potential than Imperial Russia. Therefore, the question is not whether Nicholas had the tools to succeed. He had every tool imaginable. The question is what happens when all of that power, all of that territory, all of those resources are placed in the hands of a man who cannot make a decision. Let me start with his coronation, because it tells you everything. May 26th, 1896. The traditional coronation festivities at Kodinka Field, outside Moscow. Hundreds of thousands of peasants gathered, expecting gifts, commemorative cups, sausages, bread, the traditional bounty that a new Tsar bestowed upon his people. But the field had been poorly prepared. There were trenches and ditches from military exercises covered loosely with boards. The crowd surged. People fell, were trampled, crushed. 1,389 people died. It was a disaster, a preventable disaster. And how the new Tsar responded would set the tone for his entire reign. Would he go to the wounded? Would he declare mourning? Would he demonstrate in his first public moment as ruler that he valued the lives of his subjects? Nicholas attended the French ambassador's ball that evening, danced, celebrated, while the bodies were still being collected. Now, was this cruelty? I don't think so. Nicholas wasn't cruel by nature. He was, by all accounts, a kind man in personal interactions, gentle with his family, polite to servants. He didn't attend the ball because he didn't care about the dead. He attended because someone, likely his uncle, likely courtiers, told him it was the diplomatic thing to do. That cancelling would offend the French, that the show must go on. And Nicholas, being Nicholas, agreed with whoever spoke to him last. That's the fatal flaw. Not cruelty, not stupidity exactly. Something more dangerous than either. Nicholas II was a man of chronic pathological indecision. He agreed with the last person who made a compelling argument. Ministers would leave meetings believing they had secured the Tsar's support for a policy, begin implementing it, and then discover that another minister had visited the Tsar afterward and convinced him of the opposite. Policies were adopted and reversed. Generals were appointed and dismissed. Reforms were announced and retracted. The government of the largest empire in the world operated like a weather vane in a hurricane. See, this is what people don't understand about weak leadership at the highest level. A bad decision, a wrong decision, that's recoverable. Institutions can adapt, can correct course, can learn from mistakes. But no decision, that's poison. Because when the person at the top won't commit, everyone below them is paralyzed. Or worse, they stop waiting for direction and start pursuing their own agendas. The institution fractures, not from external pressure, but from internal incoherence. Russia under Nicholas became a nation of competing factions, each believing, sometimes correctly, that they had the Tsar's backing. Reformers believed he supported reform. Reactionaries believed he supported reaction. Generals believed he supported military expansion. Diplomats believed he supported diplomatic restraint. All of them were right temporarily. None of them were right permanently. And then Rasputin arrived. Grigory Yefimovich Rasputin, a Siberian peasant mystic with hypnotic eyes and an extraordinary ability to calm the hemorrhaging episodes of the Tsarevich Alexei. The boy had hemophilia, a genetic condition that prevents blood from clotting properly. A minor injury could be fatal. The disease had entered the family through Alexandra, the Tsarina, who carried the gene from her grandmother, Queen Victoria. Now, Alexandra was not like Nicholas. She was decisive, fierce, absolutely certain of her convictions. And her primary conviction, the one that overrode everything else, was that Rasputin, this unwashed holy man from the steppe, was the only person who could save her son's life. Therefore, Rasputin gained access to the imperial family, and through Alexandra, he gained influence over Nicholas. Not directly. Rasputin was too shrewd for that. He worked through the Tsarina, whispered to her, advised her, and she in turn whispered to Nicholas, who, being Nicholas, agreed with whoever spoke to him last. The result was a government increasingly directed not by ministers, not by generals, not by any coherent policy apparatus, but by a chain of influence that ran from a Siberian mystic through a German-born empress to a Tsar who couldn't hold a position for more than a single conversation. Ministers were appointed and dismissed based on Rasputin's preferences. Competent officials who opposed his influence were removed. Sycophants and mediocrities who accepted it were promoted. The bureaucracy, already struggling under Nicholas's indecision, now had to navigate an additional layer of irrationality. It wasn't just that the Tsar couldn't decide. It was that the Tsar's decisions, when they came, increasingly originated from a source that had no understanding of governance, diplomacy, or military strategy. And here's what makes this more than just a palace scandal. Russia was hurtling toward catastrophe. The losses of the Russo-Japanese War in 1905 had humiliated the military. The revolution of 1905 had nearly toppled the monarchy. Industrial workers were organizing. Peasants were starving. The entire social order was creaking under pressures that demanded intelligent, decisive leadership. Instead, they got Nicholas and Rasputin and Alexandra, a triangle of dysfunction at the exact center of power. Then came the war. August 1914. The Great War. And Nicholas, after a year of watching his generals struggle, made a decision that would seal not just his fate, but the fate of his dynasty, his nation, and, one could argue, the entire 20th century. In September 1915, Nicholas assumed personal command of the Russian military. His ministers protested. 8 of 13 cabinet members signed a letter begging him not to do it. They understood what this meant. The Tsar had no military training, no strategic experience, no understanding of modern warfare. But more importantly, and this is the critical point, by taking personal command, Nicholas made himself personally responsible for every defeat, every casualty, every failure. Previously, the generals bore that burden. Now it fell entirely on the crown, and the defeats came, wave after wave. Russia was fighting a modern industrial war with an army that was still, in many ways, organized along 19th century lines. Shortages of ammunition, shortages of rifles. Soldiers sent to the front without weapons, told to pick up the rifle of the man who fell in front of them. 2 million Russian soldiers killed, 6 million wounded, over 2 million taken prisoner. Meanwhile, with Nicholas at the front, Alexandra, and through her, Rasputin, was effectively running the government in Petrograd. Ministers were shuffled in and out with dizzying speed. The home front deteriorated, bread lines formed, fuel ran short, the war economy was collapsing. And Nicholas, at his field headquarters, received reports that were carefully curated by the very people who didn't want him to know how bad things had gotten. This is the information bubble, the phenomenon where the people surrounding a leader filter reality until the leader exists in a world that bears almost no resemblance to the actual one. Every autocracy eventually builds this bubble. The subordinates learn what the leader wants to hear, and they provide exactly that. Bad news gets softened, disasters get reframed, problems get minimized, not necessarily out of malice, often out of genuine fear. Nicholas didn't execute bearers of bad news, but he also didn't reward them. He responded to unpleasant truths by becoming withdrawn, anxious, uncertain. So the people around him learned to present a rosier picture, and Nicholas, who lacked the intellectual curiosity to probe beneath the surface, accepted the rosy picture as reality. Therefore, by early 1917, Nicholas genuinely did not understand how close he was to destruction. He didn't understand that bread riots in Petrograd were not minor disturbances, but the opening tremors of revolution. He didn't understand that his army, exhausted, demoralized, decimated, was no longer reliable. He didn't understand that the loyalty of the institutions that propped up the autocracy had evaporated. February 1917. The revolution began, not with a grand ideological movement, but with people standing in bread lines in Petrograd who had simply had enough. Workers struck. Soldiers, the very soldiers Nicholas had sent to suppress the protests, joined them instead. The Duma formed a provisional committee. The military command, recognizing the situation, withdrew their support from the Tsar. On March 15th, 1917, aboard his imperial train, stopped, stalled, unable to reach the capital, Nicholas signed the instrument of abdication. The Romanov dynasty, which had ruled Russia for 304 years, ended with a signature on a piece of paper in a railway car. His diary entry for that day reads with an eeriness that is hard to overstate. He notes the weather, mentions his reading. Then, all around me, I see treason, cowardice, and deceit. Treason, cowardice, deceit. Even at the end, especially at the end, he could not see that the failure was his own, could not recognize that the treason was a natural response to a leader who could not lead, that the cowardice was rational self-preservation by men who saw the ship sinking, that the deceit was the inevitable product of the information bubble he himself had created. The last Tsar looked outward for the cause of his destruction and saw everything except a mirror. The provisional government placed the imperial family under house arrest. They were moved eventually to Tobolsk, then to Yekaterinburg. And there, in the basement of the Ipatiev house, in the early morning hours of July 17th, 1918, the story reached its conclusion. The family was awakened, told to dress, led to the basement. Nicholas, Alexandra, their 5 children, Olga, Tatiana, Maria, Anastasia, and Alexei, along with their doctor, their cook, their valet, and a maid. 11 people standing in a cramped room. The Bolsheviks had decided there could be no living symbol for a counter-revolution to rally around. The order came from the Ural Soviet, almost certainly with Moscow's knowledge. Yakov Yurovsky read the execution order. Nicholas barely had time to say, "What?" before the firing began. But the children didn't die immediately. The Grand Duchesses had sewn diamonds into their clothing, their inheritance hidden against their bodies for safekeeping, and those diamonds initially deflected the bullets. The executioners had to resort to bayonets and point-blank shots to finish what they'd started. The image stays. Children in a basement, jewels sewn into their corsets, the wealth of an empire pressed against their skin, and none of it enough to save them. The diamonds that represented 3 centuries of Romanov power couldn't stop a single bullet. They could only delay the inevitable by a few agonizing minutes. And from that basement, from that midnight execution, from the failure of one weak man to govern the empire he inherited, the Soviet Union was born. 70 years, the Cold War, the nuclear arms race, the space race, the proxy wars across Asia, Africa, Latin America, the Berlin Wall, the Cuban Missile Crisis, the gulags, the famines, the repressions. All of it, every bit of it, traceable in a direct causal chain to a Tsar who agreed with whoever spoke to him last. Now, I'm not suggesting that if Nicholas had been a stronger ruler, there would have been no Russian Revolution. The pressures were immense. Industrialization, inequality, the war. These forces were real and powerful. But history is not purely a product of impersonal forces. It is shaped by individuals at critical junctures. A competent Tsar might have managed a constitutional transition. A decisive leader might have avoided entering the war, or at least avoided taking personal command. A Tsar who could hold a position, who could resist manipulation, who could see through the information bubble, might have steered Russia toward reform rather than revolution. Instead, they got Nicholas, and Nicholas gave them Lenin. The information bubble is perhaps the most dangerous structure in all of human governance. It forms naturally, almost inevitably, around any leader who punishes bad news or simply fails to seek it. And once it forms, it is nearly impervious to penetration. The leader cannot see the truth because the people who control the leader's information have every incentive to hide it. The courtiers cannot share the truth because sharing it risks their positions, their influence, their lives. So the leader drifts further and further from reality, makes decisions based on fantasy, reacts to crises that don't exist while ignoring crises that do. And by the time reality finally breaks through the bubble, by the time the bread riots reach the palace steps, by the time the army refuses orders, by the time the train is stopped and the abdication paper is placed on the table, it is far too late. Nicholas was not evil. He was not tyrannical in the classical sense. He was a family man who loved his wife and children, who enjoyed photography and long walks, who would have made an excellent minor country gentleman. But he was not a Tsar. He was not a leader. And the gap between what he was and what his position demanded produced a catastrophe that shaped the entire 20th century. His weakness didn't just destroy him, it didn't just destroy his family, though it did that in the most literal and horrific way imaginable. It destroyed the possibility of a peaceful transition for the largest nation on Earth. It created a vacuum that was filled by ideologues and revolutionaries who built one of the most repressive states in human history. It set in motion a chain of events that brought the world to the brink of nuclear annihilation. One weak man, 125 million subjects, 70 years of consequences. The ratio is staggering. And the pattern repeats. Every authoritarian system, every concentrated power structure carries this same vulnerability. When everything depends on one person, that person had better be extraordinary, and the odds of any given person being extraordinary are not favorable. Nicholas II proved that the most dangerous leader is not the one who makes wrong decisions. It's the one who makes no decisions at all, who drifts, who defers, who agrees with the last voice in the room. Because a wrong decision can be corrected. But chronic indecision rots an institution from the inside out, silently, invisibly, until the structure that looks solid from the outside is hollow within. And when it finally collapses, everyone acts surprised. They shouldn't be. From a leader who could not see the revolution coming because his court blocked the truth, to an institution that could not see its own corruption because it had been powerful for so long, it assumed it always would be. For 1,000 years, there was one gate, one door between humanity and the divine, one institution that controlled access to salvation, to education, to law, to the very meaning of life and death. And that institution was the Catholic Church. Think about that monopoly. Not a monopoly on a product or a service, a monopoly on the soul, on eternity, on the difference between heaven and hell. If you wanted to be baptized, married, or buried, you went through the church. If you wanted to read, you went to church schools. If you wanted justice, church courts had jurisdiction over vast swaths of civil and criminal law. If you wanted to understand why you were alive, what happened after death, what any of it meant, there was exactly one authorized provider, and that provider owned roughly 1/3 of all the land in Europe. Now, monopolies do something very specific to the institutions that hold them. They remove the need for excellence. When you have no competition, you don't need to be good. You just need to exist. The product doesn't need to improve because the customer has nowhere else to go. The service doesn't need to be responsive because there's no alternative. And the people running the institution gradually shift their focus from delivering value to preserving position. This is not a moral observation, it's a structural one. It happens to every monopoly, whether it's a corporation, a government, or a church. The absence of competition produces complacency. Complacency produces corruption. And corruption, left unchecked for long enough, produces collapse. The Catholic Church followed this arc with textbook precision. Let me paint the picture. By the 15th century, the papacy had drifted so far from its original mission that the distance was almost comical. The institution, founded on the teachings of a man who said, "Blessed are the poor," had become one of the wealthiest organizations on earth. The institution that preached humility was building palaces. The institution that demanded celibacy from its priests was run by popes who kept mistresses openly. And then there were the indulgences. An indulgence, in theological terms, was a remission of the temporal punishment due for sins. The theory was that the Church held a treasury of merit built up from the surplus good works of Christ and the saints, and could dispense portions of that merit to the faithful. In the early Church, indulgences required genuine acts of penance, prayer, pilgrimage, service. But by the 15th century, the Church had discovered something remarkable. You could sell them. Johann Tetzel, a Dominican friar, became the most famous indulgence salesman in history. He traveled through Germany with a commission to raise funds for the construction of St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, and he did so with a sales pitch that would make a used car dealer blush. As soon as the coin in the coffer rings, the soul from purgatory springs. Read that again. This was the official position of a representative of the Catholic Church, that you could buy your dead relatives out of purgatory, that salvation had a price tag, that the eternal fate of your grandmother's soul depended not on her faith, not on her works, not on the mercy of God, but on whether you had enough coins to drop in Tetzel's collection box. And it wasn't just indulgences. The corruption was systemic. Simony, the buying and selling of church offices, was rampant. Want to be a bishop? Pay the right people. Want your 14-year-old son to be a cardinal? It could be arranged. Church positions were treated not as sacred callings, but as investments, purchased for the revenue they generated and the influence they conferred. The spiritual dimension was, at best, an afterthought. Nepotism was so pervasive, it practically defined the institution. Popes appointed their relatives, and the word nephew was often a polite fiction for illegitimate son, to the most powerful positions in the church. The line between the papacy and a family business had effectively dissolved. And nowhere was all of this more spectacularly embodied than in Pope Alexander VI. Rodrigo Borgia. The Borgias made the Medicis look like choir boys, when the Pope himself had multiple mistresses and was openly acknowledging his illegitimate children when he was selling cardinalships like they were season tickets to a sporting event, when the Vatican hosted parties that even the most generous interpretation cannot describe as pious. Perhaps the institution had drifted slightly from its founding mission. Alexander fathered at least 7 children that we know of. His son, Cesare, became a cardinal at 18, not through theological distinction, but through paternal appointment. His daughter Lucrezia was married off repeatedly as a tool of political alliance. The papacy under the Borgias operated as a secular power play, dressed in ecclesiastical vestments. The cross was a prop. The throne was the point. But here's what matters for our story. It's not that the church was corrupt. Every human institution experiences corruption. What matters is what happened when people inside the institution tried to fix it. Because they did try, repeatedly, for over a century before Martin Luther ever picked up a hammer. Erasmus of Rotterdam, the greatest scholar of his age, wrote devastating critiques of church corruption. His satire was precise, learned, and widely read. He didn't attack the faith. He attacked the institution that claimed to represent it. He pointed out, with surgical precision, the gap between what the church preached and what it practiced. The church's response? Tolerance, mostly. Erasmus was too famous, too connected, too useful to suppress. So they tolerated his criticism the way a monopoly tolerates a bad review. Noted it, ignored it, continued business as usual. Girolamo Savonarola was not so lucky. A Dominican friar in Florence, Savonarola preached against corruption with a fire that shook the city. He denounced the Pope, denounced the clergy, denounced the opulence and moral bankruptcy of the church leadership. For a brief period, he essentially took control of Florence and attempted to implement the reforms the church would not. The church burned him at the stake in 1498, hanged him first, then burned the body in the public square as a message. The Council of Constance, from 1414 to 1418, had attempted institutional reform. Multiple reform councils were convened over the following decades. Each one identified real problems. Each one proposed real solutions. And each one was ultimately undermined by the very power structures it sought to reform. Do you see the pattern? Every warning was given, every signal was sent. Scholars warned them. Preachers warned them. Their own reform councils warned them. The information was not lacking. The diagnosis was not unclear. The church knew it was corrupt. Elements within the church actively tried to fix the corruption, and the institution suppressed, ignored, or co-opted every single attempt. This is the institutional self-preservation trap. When an institution becomes powerful enough, its primary function shifts from its original mission to self-preservation. The church was no longer primarily in the business of saving souls. It was primarily in the business of maintaining its own power, wealth, and authority. And any reform that threatened those things, no matter how theologically justified, no matter how obviously necessary, was treated as an attack. Therefore, by 1517, the Church had created a situation where reform from within was impossible. Every internal safety valve had been welded shut. Every pressure release mechanism had been disabled. The institution was a sealed vessel, building pressure with nowhere for it to go. And then a German monk provided the spark. Martin Luther, an Augustinian friar and professor of theology at the University of Wittenberg, a man who, by all accounts, did not set out to destroy the church. He set out to reform it. He wanted a debate, an academic disputation about the theology of indulgences. That's all. He posted his 95 Theses on October 31st, 1517, in the manner customary for academic disputes at the time. But something had changed since the days of Erasmus and Savonarola, something that transformed what should have been a local academic argument into a continental revolution. The printing press. Johannes Gutenberg had developed his movable type press around 1440. For 77 years, it had been steadily spreading across Europe, building capacity, reducing costs, creating a network of printers and publishers in virtually every major city. And when Luther's 95 Theses were translated from Latin into German and fed into that network, they spread across Europe in weeks, not months, not years, weeks. For the first time in history, a critic of the Church could reach a mass audience without the Church's permission. Erasmus had been tolerated because his works, written in Latin, circulated among the educated elite. A manageable audience. Savonarola had been burned because his influence was local, containable. But Luther, amplified by the printing press, spoke to everyone, and the Church had no mechanism to stop it. This is the moment the monopoly cracked, not because Luther was more brilliant than Erasmus or more passionate than Savonarola, though he was formidable on both counts. The monopoly cracked because the technology of information distribution had changed, and the Church hadn't noticed. They were still operating as if they controlled the channels, as if they could decide what was published and what was suppressed. As if the world of 1517 was the world of 1417. It wasn't. And the Church's response to Luther sealed its fate. Instead of engaging with his arguments, many of which were theologically sound and practically self-evident, they excommunicated him. Pope Leo X issued the papal bull Exsurge Domine in 1520, giving Luther 60 days to recant. Luther burned it publicly. The Church declared him a heretic, and in doing so, they transformed an academic reformer into a revolutionary symbol. See, this is the mistake monopolies always make. They treat every challenge as an existential threat to be crushed, rather than as feedback to be processed. The Church had two options when Luther posted his theses. Option 1. Engage with the criticism. Acknowledge the obvious corruption. Implement meaningful reforms. And co-opt the reform movement under institutional control. Option 2. Excommunicate, condemn, suppress, and pray the problem goes away. They chose option 2. They chose it because they had always chosen option 2. It had always worked before. Savonarola was burned and the problem disappeared. Other critics were silenced and the status quo resumed. The institutional immune system, attack, suppress, eliminate, had functioned reliably for centuries. But the printing press had changed the environment. The old immune response was calibrated for a world where information spread slowly and could be controlled locally. In the new world, suppression didn't silence the message. It amplified it. Every condemnation of Luther, every papal decree against his writings, every public burning of his books created more demand, more curiosity, more readers. Luther provided competition, and the market responded. Within a few years, much of Northern Europe had broken from Rome. Germany fractured along religious lines. England would follow under Henry VIII, for reasons that mixed the theological with the personal, but that were fundamentally enabled by the precedent Luther had set. Scandinavia went Lutheran. The Dutch Republic, Switzerland, Scotland. One by one, the northern nations of Europe rejected papal authority. The Church lost not a territory or a battle. It lost a continent. Half of Western Christendom gone. 1,000 years of spiritual monopoly shattered in a generation. And then came the wars. Because the Reformation didn't produce a peaceful redistribution of spiritual authority, it produced a century and a half of religious warfare that devastated Europe. The French Wars of Religion, the Dutch Revolt, the English Civil War, and the worst of them all, the 30 Years' War from 1618 to 1648. The 30 Years' War killed approximately 8 million people. In some regions of Germany, the population dropped by 40%. Some areas lost 60%. Cities were sacked, villages burned, armies, many of them mercenary, all of them desperate, swept back and forth across Central Europe for 3 decades, leaving devastation on a scale that Europe would not see again until the 20th century. 8 million dead, 20% of Germany's total population, because an institution that controlled access to salvation could not bring itself to acknowledge that it had become corrupt. The Counter-Reformation eventually came. The Council of Trent, convening in stages between 1545 and 1563, implemented many of the reforms that Luther and others had demanded. Indulgent selling was curtailed. Seminary education was standardized. Clerical discipline was tightened. The Church reformed itself, genuinely, substantially, meaningfully. But it came too late. By the time the Church fixed the problems, half of Europe had found an alternative. The reforms that could have prevented the schism in 1490 or 1500 or even 1510 were implemented in the 1560s after the damage was permanent. The Church retrieved its integrity, but could not retrieve its territory. Northern Europe was gone, and it was never coming back. This is the cruelest irony. The reforms proved the critics were right. If the Church could reform itself after Luther, it could have reformed itself before Luther. The problems were real, the solutions were known, and the institution had the capacity to implement them. It simply chose not to, until competition forced its hand. And by then, the price of delay was measured not in prestige or influence, but in millions of lives. The institutional self-preservation trap works like this. The institution identifies a threat: internal criticism, external competition, structural decay. But the reforms required to address the threat would reduce the power, wealth, or comfort of the people currently running the institution. Therefore, the people currently running the institution redefine the threat. The problem isn't our corruption. The problem is the critic. Silence the critic, and the problem disappears. This works for a while, often for a very long while, centuries in the Church's case. But it works by suppressing symptoms while the disease progresses. And when the disease finally becomes impossible to suppress, when the printing press distributes the diagnosis to every literate person in Europe, the institution discovers that it has not been preserving itself at all. It has been consuming itself, eating its own foundation while painting the facade. The Church's monopoly wasn't broken by Martin Luther. Martin Luther just made the break visible. The monopoly was broken by decades, centuries of institutional refusal to reform, by the burning of Savonarola, by the dismissal of Erasmus, by the failure of reform councils, by every indulgence sold, every office purchased, every nephew promoted, every critique suppressed. Luther was the match. The Church had spent 100 years soaking itself in gasoline, and the lesson extends far beyond the 16th century. How many institutions today operate as monopolies, immune to criticism, insulated from competition? How many organizations have internal reformers who are ignored, sidelined, or silenced? How many entities have the information they need to save themselves and refuse to act on it because acting would require the people in charge to surrender some portion of their power? The printing press was the technology that broke the Church's information monopoly. Today, we have technologies that make Gutenberg's press look like a toy. Information moves at the speed of light. Critics can reach global audiences in seconds, and yet institutions continue to behave as if they can control the narrative, as if suppression still works, as if the old immune response is still calibrated for the current environment. The Church teaches us that monopolies don't collapse from external attack. They collapse from internal decay that external forces eventually expose. The structure looks solid from outside. The cathedrals still stand. The rituals still function. The authority still claims divine mandate. But inside, the timber is rotted. The foundation is cracked. The institution has been hollowed out by the very people entrusted with its preservation. And when someone finally knocks on the door, when some monk with a hammer and a list of complaints taps on the wood, the whole thing comes apart. Not because the knock was powerful, because the door was already hollow. 1,000 years of monopoly, 100 years of warnings, 30 years of war, 8 million dead. All because an institution could not reform itself before competition forced the issue. The coin in the coffer rings. But it's not a soul that springs free. It's the entire edifice that comes crashing down, from an institution corrupted by its own monopoly to a military force corrupted by its own success. The design was brilliant, not clever. not innovative. Brilliant. The kind of institutional engineering that makes you sit back and wonder how a medieval empire understood organizational loyalty better than most Fortune 500 companies do today. Here's what the Ottoman sultans figured out somewhere around the 14th century. If you want soldiers who are perfectly loyal, you don't recruit them. You don't pay mercenaries. You don't rely on tribal alliances or feudal obligations or any of the messy, unreliable systems that every other empire was using. No, you build them from scratch, from childhood. You take Christian boys from the conquered territories of the Balkans, Serbia, Bosnia, Albania, Greece, boys between the ages of 8 and 18. You convert them to Islam. You sever every family connection, every cultural tie, every thread that might pull their loyalties somewhere other than the throne. And then you train them relentlessly for years until they become the most disciplined, most feared fighting force in the medieval world. The Dev Schirmer system, the blood tax, that's what they called it. Now, I want you to think about what this actually means from an organizational design perspective. The sultans looked at the fundamental problem of power, that the people who protect you eventually want what you have, and they engineered a solution. These boys had no families to advance, no property to protect, no tribal loyalties to honor, no noble bloodlines whispering that maybe they deserved the throne themselves, their identity, their status, their entire existence. It all flowed from one source, the Sultan. They were called Janissaries, from the Turkish Yeniçeri, new soldiers. And they were devastating. See, when Constantinople fell in 1453, the great city that had stood as the capital of the Byzantine Empire for over 1,000 years, the city that every army in the medieval world considered unconquerable. It was the Janissaries who led the final assault. Sultan Mehmed II, 21 years old, threw wave after wave against those ancient walls. But it was his Janissaries who broke through, who poured into the city, who ended an empire that had endured since Rome. That's the kind of force we're talking about. An army of men with no divided loyalties, no competing interests, no reason to be anywhere else or serve anyone else. Every sultanate's dream. A living weapon aimed in exactly one direction. For roughly 2 centuries, the system worked almost perfectly. The Janissaries were the backbone of Ottoman military power. They conquered the Balkans. They pushed into Hungary. They besieged Vienna. They projected Ottoman authority across 3 continents. And because they had no families, no dynastic ambitions, no economic interests beyond their salary and their barracks, they were controllable, manageable, loyal. But here's what nobody tells you about perfect systems. They don't stay perfect. They can't. Because perfection requires that every condition that made the system work continues to hold. And conditions change. People change. Success changes people most of all. The first cracks were small, almost invisible. A Janissary commander, here or there, being allowed to marry. Why not? He's served loyally for 30 years. What's the harm? A few veterans permitted to enroll their sons in the Corps. After all, the sons of great soldiers might make great soldiers themselves, right? A little property acquired, a small business on the side. Privileges earned through decades of faithful service. Each individual exception was reasonable. That's the thing about institutional decay. It's almost never one catastrophic decision. It's 1,000 reasonable exceptions that slowly, quietly, irreversibly changed the nature of the institution itself. By the 17th century, the WWII system, that brilliant mechanism for creating soldiers with no divided loyalties, had been effectively abandoned. The Janissaries were no longer slave soldiers with nothing to protect. They were a hereditary military caste with families, properties, businesses, commercial interests, and political connections. They had everything the system was specifically designed to prevent them from having. And here's where it gets fascinating from a power dynamics perspective. What happens when the people who are supposed to protect the institution become the institution's primary obstacle? The Janissaries discovered something that every entrenched interest group eventually discovers. Their military function, the actual reason they existed, was less important than their political position. They didn't need to be good soldiers. They needed to be too powerful to remove. And they were. By the late 17th century, the Janissaries had become the single most powerful political faction in the Ottoman Empire. They could make or break sultans, and they knew it. Now, the world wasn't standing still while this was happening. European armies were modernizing. Gunpowder technology was advancing rapidly. New formations, new tactics, new weapons. The military revolution that was sweeping through Europe was fundamentally changing how wars were fought and won. And the Ottoman Empire, which had once been at the cutting edge of military technology, remember, they used massive cannons to breach the walls of Constantinople, was falling behind. Why? Because every attempt to modernize the military threatened Janissary privileges. New weapons meant new training. New training meant new units. New units meant the Janissaries might not be indispensable anymore. And that was unacceptable. When told they needed to learn new weapons and new tactics, the Janissaries burned down their own barracks in protest. Think about that for a moment. Imagine telling your best employees they need to attend a training seminar, and they respond by setting the building on fire. That's not a negotiating position. That's a hostage situation. This is where you see the deep irony of institutional capture. The Janissaries weren't stupid. Many of them understood, at least abstractly, that the empire needed to modernize, but modernization threatened their specific position within the empire. And when you force a choice between the survival of the institution and the preservation of personal privilege, privilege wins almost every time. It's not even close. The sultans, meanwhile, were becoming prisoners in their own palace. During what historians call the Sultanate of Women, the period roughly from the mid-16th to the mid-17th century, and the subsequent era of political dysfunction, sultans were increasingly isolated, confined to the Topkapi Palace, managed by court factions, their power theoretical rather than practical. Many of them ascended the throne, having spent years in the cafes, literally a cage, a set of rooms within the harem where potential heirs were kept to prevent them from staging coups. Can you imagine? You're raised in isolation, you have no education in governance, no military experience, no political alliances, and then one day they pull you out and say, "Congratulations, you're the sultan of a vast empire. Now govern." These weren't weak men because of some genetic failing. They were weak because the system had been specifically designed to produce weak sultans. The Janissaries and the court factions didn't want a strong sultan. A strong sultan might try to change things, might try to modernize. might try to break their grip on power. Far better to have a compliant figurehead who could be managed. But every so often, the system produced someone who refused to be managed. Sultan Selim III. He ascended in 1789, the same year, incidentally, that the French Revolution began. He looked at the crumbling Ottoman military, looked at the European powers that were increasingly treating his empire as a carcass to be carved up, and he decided to act. His solution was elegant. If you can't reform the Janissaries, go around them. Create an entirely new military force, the Nizam-i Kedid, the New Order. A modern army trained along European lines, with European weapons, European tactics, European instructors. He wasn't trying to destroy the Janissaries directly, he was trying to make them irrelevant. It was the right idea. It was also a death sentence. The Janissaries understood exactly what the Nizam-i Kedid represented. If the Sultan had a modern army that didn't answer to them, their political leverage evaporated. Their businesses, their properties, their hereditary privileges, all of it depended on being indispensable. And Selim was building their replacement. In 1807, they revolted. Selim was deposed. His new order troops were disbanded, and in 1808, Selim himself was murdered, strangled, according to most accounts. The Janissaries had sent their message. Reform was not permitted. But here's what the Janissaries didn't understand. They had won the battle and guaranteed they would lose the war, because the empire's problems weren't going away. Russia was expanding. Greece was agitating for independence. Egypt was becoming effectively autonomous under Muhammad Ali. The European powers were circling, and the Ottoman military, the Janissary-dominated, unreformed, technologically obsolete Ottoman military, could not stop any of it. Enter Mahmud II. And this is where the story reaches its climax. Mahmud ascended to the throne in 1808, immediately after Selim's murder. He was the last surviving prince of the Ottoman dynasty. He had watched his predecessor try to reform and die for it. He had learned the lesson, but the lesson he learned wasn't don't try to reform. The lesson was don't give them time to react. For 18 years, Mahmud played the patient game. He built alliances. He cultivated loyal military units. He positioned artillery, modern artillery, in strategic locations around Constantinople. He waited. He planned. He let the Janissaries believe they had won, that the threat of reform was over, that their position was secure. And then, in June of 1826, he made his move. He announced the creation of a new, modernized military corps. On schedule, predictably, the Janissaries revolted. They overturned their ceremonial soup kettles, the traditional signal for a Janissary uprising, and marched on the palace. But this time, Mahmud was ready. He unfurled the sacred banner of the Prophet Muhammad, a powerful religious symbol that rallied the population to his side, and he turned his artillery on the Janissary barracks. Cannons, point blank, into the barracks where the Janissaries had gathered. The bombardment was devastating. Thousands were killed in the initial assault. Thousands more were hunted down in the streets of Constantinople. The survivors were arrested, executed, or exiled. The Janissary Corps was formally abolished. Its name was erased from official records. Even the word Janissary was banned from public use. They called it the auspicious incident, WWII, 500 years of institutional history, destroyed in a single day. Now, you would think this was a triumph, and in a sense, it was. Mahmud had accomplished what Selim could not. He had broken the power of the Janissaries. He had cleared the path for modernization. He had reclaimed the authority of the Sultanate. But here's the cruel arithmetic of delayed reform. By 1826, the Ottoman Empire had lost decades. Decades of military modernization that it desperately needed. Decades of institutional reform. Decades of adaptation to a rapidly changing world. The Janissaries had successfully blocked reform for so long that by the time they were removed, the window for recovery had narrowed almost to nothing. Greece won its independence in 1829. Russia continued to expand into Ottoman territory. Egypt, under Muhammad Ali, nearly conquered the empire itself. European powers intervened not to save the Ottomans, but to prevent any single power from gaining too much from the empire's disintegration. By the middle of the 19th century, the Ottoman Empire had earned its famous epithet, the sick man of Europe. And that sickness? It wasn't some mysterious decline. It wasn't fate or destiny or the inevitable cycle of civilizations. It was the direct, measurable, traceable consequence of an institution that had been too successful for too long. The Janissaries had been the empire's greatest strength. Their capture of that empire's political system became its greatest weakness. This is the pattern that keeps appearing throughout history, isn't it? The army that protects you becomes the army that controls you. The bureaucracy that serves you becomes the bureaucracy that constrains you. The allies who enable your rise become the stakeholders who prevent your adaptation. Why is it that the institutions we build to protect us so often become the institutions that prevent us from adapting? Is it something inherent in the nature of institutions themselves? Or is it something inherent in the nature of human beings that we will always, eventually, prioritize preservation over purpose? I think it's simpler than that. I think it's just math. The cost of loyalty is eventually autonomy. The price of dependence is eventually control. And by the time you realize the protectors have become the prison guards, it's very late. Often too late. The Janissaries didn't set out to destroy the Ottoman Empire. They set out to protect their position within it. But protecting their position required preventing change. And preventing change in a world that was changing rapidly, that was a death sentence for the empire. Not immediately, not dramatically, but slowly, steadily, irreversibly. Mahmud II understood this. He was willing to destroy 500 years of institutional history in a single afternoon because he recognized that the institution had become the disease. But even Mahmud, with all his ruthlessness and all his clarity, was too late. The sick man of Europe lingered for another century. It fought wars it couldn't win. It lost territories it couldn't defend. It attempted reforms that came decades after they were needed. And in 1922, the Ottoman Empire, the empire that had conquered Constantinople, that had threatened Vienna, that had ruled 3 continents, finally died. 600 years, from Osman I to Mehmed VI, and somewhere in the middle of that long arc, a group of slave soldiers with no families and no property and no divided loyalties, acquired families, acquired property, acquired divided loyalties, and slowly, imperceptibly, inevitably, became the very thing the system was designed to prevent. The greatest institutional strength became the greatest institutional weakness. Not through malice, not through conspiracy, through the simple, relentless human tendency to convert public purpose into private privilege. That's the lesson of the Janissaries. Not that institutions are bad, not that loyalty is dangerous, but that every institution carries within it the seeds of its own capture. And the longer it succeeds, the deeper those seeds take root, until one day you wake up and discover that the army you built to defend the empire is the only thing standing between the empire and its survival. From an institution that refused to change because it had been too successful for too long, to a corporation named the most innovative company in America for 6 consecutive years, while running the biggest fraud in corporate history. In the year 2000, if you had asked any MBA student in America to name the most innovative, forward-thinking company in the country, the answer would have been the same: Enron. Fortune magazine said so. 6 years running, they named Enron America's most innovative company. Harvard Business School wrote case studies about it. Wall Street's top analysts fell over themselves recommending the stock. McKinsey, the most prestigious consulting firm in the world, pointed to Enron as the future of American business. They were all wrong, every last one of them. But here's what makes the Enron story so much more interesting than a simple fraud. It wasn't just that the numbers were fake. It was that an entire ecosystem, regulators, auditors, analysts, business schools, financial journalists, looked directly at the lie and called it innovation. The con didn't work because nobody was paying attention. It worked because everyone was paying attention, and they all saw what they wanted to see. Let's go back to the beginning. 1985. Kenneth Lay Engineers, a merger between Houston, Natural Gas, and Internorth, a pipeline company out of Omaha. The resulting entity is called Enron. At this point, it's a perfectly ordinary natural gas company. Pipelines, contracts, the unglamorous infrastructure of American energy. Lay was a PhD economist, well-connected in Washington, a believer in deregulation before deregulation was fashionable. He understood something that many executives of his era didn't: that the deregulation of energy markets was going to create enormous opportunities for companies smart enough to exploit them. Gas and electricity weren't just commodities anymore. They were financial instruments. Tradable, hedgeable, derivable? But Lay needed someone who could build that vision, someone who could transform a pipeline company into something else entirely, something that Wall Street would love. He found Jeffrey Skilling. Skilling came from McKinsey, where he had consulted for Enron. He was brilliant, genuinely brilliant, the kind of intelligence that fills a room. He had an idea that would change everything, or seemed to. What if Enron didn't just deliver energy? What if it traded energy? What if it created a market for energy contracts the way Wall Street had created markets for financial instruments? What if it became, essentially, a bank for energy? The idea was audacious. It was also, at its core, legitimate. Energy trading is a real business. Creating markets and providing liquidity is a real function. There was nothing inherently fraudulent about the concept. The fraud came from somewhere else. It came from a single accounting decision that Enron made early on, with the explicit approval of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Mark-to-market accounting. Now, I need you to understand what this means, because this is where the entire house of cards begins. Traditional accounting books revenue when you actually receive it. You deliver gas, you get paid, you record the revenue. Simple, honest, boring. Mark-to-market accounting does something very different. It allows you to book the entire projected profit of a long-term contract the moment you sign it. You sign a 20-year energy contract. Under mark-to-market, you can book all 20 years of estimated future profit right now, today, on this quarter's earnings statement. Do you see the problem? The SEC apparently didn't. They approved Enron's request to use mark-to-market accounting for its energy trading operations in 1991. It was, in retrospect, one of the most consequential regulatory failures in American financial history. Because here's what mark-to-market does to incentives. It separates performance from results. Under traditional accounting, if your project loses money, your financial statements show a loss. Under mark-to-market, you've already booked the profit up front. The loss shows up later, maybe years later, by which point the executives who approved the deal have already collected their bonuses, already been promoted, already been celebrated for their innovation. And that's exactly what happened at Enron. The company became a machine for signing deals, booking immediate profits, collecting bonuses, and hiding the inevitable losses in increasingly complex financial structures. It wasn't a business anymore. It was a narrative, a story about innovation and transformation and the future of capitalism. And as long as the story held, as long as the stock price kept climbing, nobody had any reason to look behind the curtain. They were innovating, to be fair, just not in the way anyone thought. Their real innovation was finding creative new structures to hide the fact that they were losing money. That was the actual genius at Enron. Not energy trading, not market making, concealment. And the architect of that concealment was Andrew Fastow. Fastow was Enron's chief financial officer. If Lay was the face and Skilling was the brain, Fastow was the plumbing. He created a labyrinth of special-purpose entities, shell companies, essentially, with names like LJM, Raptor, Tuco, JEDI. Hundreds of them. Their purpose was elegant in its deviousness. When Enron had a losing investment or a debt it didn't want on its books, it would sell it to one of Fastow's shell companies. The loss disappeared from Enron's balance sheet. The stock price stayed high. The bonuses kept flowing. But here's the part that still astonishes me. Fastow wasn't secretly running these shell companies. The Enron board of directors voted to allow him to manage them. They formally waived the company's conflict of interest rules so that their own CFO could run the entities that were buying Enron's bad assets. They knew. They approved it. They signed off. Why? Because the system was working. The stock was rising. The analysts were enthusiastic. Fortune magazine was writing glowing profiles. Why would you question the mechanism that was producing those results? Who kills the golden goose just because they can't quite explain where the gold is coming from? And then there was Arthur Andersen. Arthur Andersen was one of the Big Five accounting firms. They were Enron's external auditor, the independent check, the institution whose entire purpose was to verify that the numbers were real. They were also Enron's consultant, earning millions in consulting fees on top of their audit fees. Can you think of a more fundamental conflict of interest? The people who were supposed to catch the fraud were being paid by the people committing it. Not secretly, not illegally at the time, openly, structurally. It was built into the system. Andersen's auditors reviewed Fastow's shell companies. They reviewed the mark-to-market projections. They reviewed the deals. And year after year, they signed off. Clean audits. No material misstatements. The numbers are fine. The numbers were not fine. By the late 1990s, Enron was essentially a Ponzi scheme in a very expensive suit. Each quarter required more deals, more shell companies, more creative accounting to maintain the illusion of growth. The actual underlying businesses, the power plants, the broadband ventures, the water companies, were losing money. But nobody could see it because the losses were hidden in Fastow's labyrinth. See, this is what I find most instructive about Enron. It wasn't a case where nobody knew. Somebody always knew. In August of 2001, Sharon Watkins, a vice president in Enron's accounting department, wrote a memo to Kenneth Lay. 7 pages. Detailed, specific. She wrote that she was incredibly nervous that the company would implode in a wave of accounting scandals. That's a direct quote from a corporate officer to her CEO in writing. She named the shell companies. She identified the accounting problems. She laid out exactly what was going to happen if the truth came out. What did Lay do? He asked Enron's own law firm, Vinson & Elkins, which had helped structure the very deals Watkins was questioning, to investigate. They investigated themselves and found nothing wrong. Shocking. Watkins wasn't the only one. Financial journalists had been asking questions. Short sellers had been publishing skeptical analyses. Jim Chanos, a hedge fund manager, had been loudly questioning Enron's numbers for over a year. The information was out there. The truth was available. But the ecosystem didn't want the truth. Wall Street analysts who covered Enron worked for investment banks that did business with Enron. Downgrading the stock meant losing fees. Business journalists who covered Enron needed access to executives for future stories. Critical coverage meant losing access. Regulators who oversaw Enron were being lobbied by Enron's army of Washington connections. Kenneth Lay was a personal friend of the sitting president. Every single person in the system had more to gain from the lie than from the truth. This is the anatomy of institutional failure. Not one corrupt actor, a corrupt ecosystem, where the incentives at every level align toward maintaining a fiction and the cost of honesty is borne entirely by the person telling the truth. Now, October 2001. The unraveling begins. Enron announces a $618 million quarterly loss, the largest in its history, along with $1.2 billion in shareholder equity, simply vanishing. The Wall Street Journal starts digging into Fastow's partnerships. The SEC opens an investigation, and at Arthur Andersen's offices in Houston, the shredding machines start running. Thousands of documents. Destroyed. Not accidentally. Not through some routine document retention policy. Deliberately. While the investigation was underway, Andersen employees were told to comply with the firm's document retention policy, which in practice meant destroy everything that might be incriminating. November 2001. Enron restates 4 years of financial results. Nearly $600 million in previously reported profits simply disappear. The stock, which had traded above $90 just months earlier, collapses. Dynegy, a rival energy company, attempts a merger to save Enron. Due diligence reveals the full scope of the disaster. Dynegy walks away. December 2nd, 2001. Enron files for bankruptcy. At the time, it was the largest bankruptcy in American history. The stock falls to 26 cents. And here's where the human cost becomes impossible to ignore. 20,000 people lost their jobs. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is that Enron had aggressively encouraged, its employees to invest their 401k retirement savings in Enron stock, while executives were quietly selling their shares, while Lay and Skilling were dumping millions in stock. Ordinary employees were being told that the company was strong, that the stock was a great investment, that their retirement was secure. It wasn't. Their retirement savings evaporated along with the stock price. People who had worked at Enron for 20 and 30 years lost everything, not just their jobs, their futures, their retirement, their financial security, all of it gone. Because the narrative was more important than the numbers. $74 billion in shareholder value destroyed. But the destruction didn't stop at Enron's doors. Arthur Andersen, a firm that had existed for 89 years, that employed 85,000 people worldwide, that was one of the pillars of American financial auditing, collapsed. Not because all 85,000 employees were corrupt, because the firm's Houston office shredded documents, and the resulting criminal conviction made it impossible for the firm to continue operating. 85,000 jobs gone, because a handful of partners decided that covering up a fraud was better than exposing it. The aftermath reshaped American corporate governance. Congress passed the Sarbanes-Oxley Act in 2002, the most significant reform of corporate financial regulation since the New Deal. New rules for auditor independence, new requirements for executive certification of financial statements, new penalties for financial fraud. The entire infrastructure of corporate accountability was rebuilt because one company demonstrated how thoroughly it could be gamed. Lay was convicted. He died before sentencing. Skilling was convicted. 24 years initially, later reduced to 14. He served 12. Fastow cooperated with prosecutors. 6 years. Arthur Andersen's conviction was eventually overturned by the Supreme Court. But by then, the firm was already dead. Here's what I want you to think about as you drift towards sleep tonight. The Enron fraud lasted for years. Billions of dollars. Thousands of people complicit at some level. But it wasn't sustained by secrecy. It was sustained by consensus. Everyone agreed that Enron was innovative. Everyone agreed that the stock was worth buying. Everyone agreed that the numbers were real. The lie didn't hide in the dark. It hid in the light, in the agreement of experts, in the enthusiasm of the market, in the prestige of the brand. When institutional purpose gets replaced by personal enrichment, when charismatic leadership substitutes narrative for substance, when the entire ecosystem has more to gain from the lie than from the truth, the fraud doesn't need to be sophisticated. It just needs to be comfortable. It needs to be the story that everybody already wants to believe. Fortune's most innovative company. 6 years in a row, and the real innovation was always the same. Finding new and better ways to make sure nobody had to look at the truth. The psychological architecture here is identical to what we saw with the Janissaries, isn't it? An institution whose original purpose, accurate financial reporting, military defense, energy trading, gradually gets replaced by a different purpose entirely. Self-preservation, self-enrichment, the maintenance of status and privilege at the expense of the function the institution was designed to serve. The question isn't, why does this happen? The question is, why do we keep being surprised when it does? Why does every generation produce its own Enron, its own Janissary Corps, its own institution that has quietly stopped doing what it's supposed to do, while everyone around it agrees that everything is fine? Because the consensus is comfortable, because the truth is expensive, because the people closest to the fraud have the most to lose from exposing it, and the people furthest away don't have enough information to know what they're looking at. That's the architecture of institutional failure. Not evil, not conspiracy, just a slow, steady alignment of incentives toward a lie that everyone prefers to believe. From a company where the truth was punished and the lie was rewarded, to a king where the truth was available, but the king was simply incapable of choosing it. (1774). Louis XVI inherits the throne of France at 19 years old. France is the most powerful nation in continental Europe. Its army is the largest. Its culture is the envy of the civilized world. The French language is the language of diplomacy, philosophy, and art from Lisbon to St. Petersburg. Versailles is the model that every monarch in Europe is trying to copy. Its government is bankrupt, and its new king is a locksmith. Now, I don't mean that metaphorically. Louis XVI was genuinely, passionately, almost obsessively interested in locks. He had a forge installed in the palace at Versailles. He spent hours there, filing, fitting, assembling intricate mechanisms. He was good at it too, legitimately skilled. His lockwork was reportedly of professional quality. A man who could master the intricate mechanisms of a lock could not figure out the mechanism of his own government. There's something almost poetic about that, isn't there? The precision, the patience, the careful attention to tiny moving parts. He could apply all of that to metal and springs and tumblers. But ask him to apply it to the governance of 28 million people, to the management of a collapsing financial system, to the navigation of the most dangerous political crisis in French history. And he simply froze. But let me be clear about something. Louis XVI was not stupid. He was not cruel. He was not, by the standards of European monarchs, particularly incompetent. He was well-intentioned. He genuinely cared about his subjects. He wanted to do the right thing. And that, paradoxically, was part of the problem, because the right thing kept changing, depending on who was in the room. And Louis could never figure out which voice to listen to. Let me set the stage. France, in 1774, was a paradox. It was, by almost every measure, the dominant power in Europe, but its financial system was medieval. The nobility and the clergy, the two wealthiest classes in the country, were largely exempt from taxation. The burden fell almost entirely on the Third Estate, the common people, the merchants, the farmers, the artisans, the people least able to bear it. Every competent finance minister who served Louis understood the same basic truth. The tax system needed reform. The privileges of the nobility and clergy needed to be curtailed. Revenue needed to increase, and spending needed to decrease. It wasn't complicated. The math wasn't complicated. The politics were impossible. Louis appointed Turgot as his Controller General of Finances in 1774. Turgot was brilliant, an Enlightenment thinker, a reformer. He proposed abolishing the corvée, the system of forced labor, that required peasants to maintain roads for free. He proposed free trade in grain. He proposed taxing the nobility. The nobles revolted, politically, not yet militarily, and demanded Turgot's dismissal. Louis dismissed him. He then appointed Necker. Jacques Necker, a Swiss banker, popular with the public, competent with finances. Necker tried a different approach, borrowing to cover the deficit, rather than taxing the privileged classes. It worked for a while, but borrowing has a limit, and France was approaching it. When Necker published the first ever public accounting of royal finances, revealing the staggering cost of court pensions and aristocratic privileges, the court demanded his removal. Louis removed him. He appointed Calonne. Calonne spent freely for several years, then turned around and proposed essentially the same reforms Turgot had proposed a decade earlier. The Assembly of Notables, a hand-picked group of nobles and clergy, rejected them. Calonne was dismissed. Louis brought back Necker again. Do you see the pattern? Louis had the right instinct, reform, but not the will to sustain it against opposition. Every time a minister pushed for necessary change, the privileged classes pushed back, and Louis retreated. Not because he disagreed with reform, because he couldn't tolerate conflict. This is the deadliest form of leadership weakness. Not malice, not corruption, not ignorance, indecision. The inability to choose a course and hold it. Because every time you reverse course, you lose credibility. You teach your opponents that resistance works. You teach your allies that your support is unreliable. And you teach the entire system that the king's word means nothing, because it can always be unspoken. Now, here's what makes Louis XVI a genuinely tragic figure, rather than simply a pathetic one. He had options. Real, viable options. 3 of them. Option 1. Genuine reform. Side with the progressive ministers. Tax the nobility and clergy. Modernize the financial system. Accept the short-term political pain for long-term structural stability. This would have required courage. It would have required facing down the most powerful people in the kingdom. But it was achievable. Louis XIV, the Sun King, had dominated the French nobility for decades. A strong king could do it. Option 2. Absolutism. Crush the opposition. Use the army to enforce royal will. Rule by decree. This was the model his ancestors had used. It was brutal, but it was at least decisive. Several European monarchs of this era, Catherine the Great, Frederick the Great, governed effectively through the sheer exercise of authority. Option 3. Constitutional monarchy. Share power willingly. Create a framework in which the king retains dignity and influence while ceding operational authority to representative institutions. England had done this. It wasn't ideal for a Bourbon, but it was sustainable. 3 options. Any one of them, pursued consistently, might have saved the monarchy. Louis chose none. Or rather, he chose all 3 at different times in different rooms, depending on who was advising him. He was a reformer on Monday, an absolutist on Wednesday, and a constitutionalist on Friday. He agreed with whoever spoke last. He promised things to people who wanted opposite outcomes. He said yes to everyone and meant it every time, which meant he meant it no time. And then there was Marie Antoinette. Now, history has been both too harsh and too kind to Marie Antoinette. She almost certainly never said, "Let them eat cake." That quote appears in Rousseau's writings years before she arrived in France, attributed to a nameless princess. But the reputation captured something real. She was extravagant. She was politically tone-deaf. She spent enormous sums on fashion, on her private retreat at the Petit Trianon, on gambling, on a lifestyle that was lavish, even by the standards of Versailles. At a time when ordinary French people were going hungry, when bread prices were at historic highs, when the disconnect between the court and the country was becoming dangerous. More importantly for our story, Marie Antoinette pushed Louis consistently toward counter-revolution. She was Austrian, the daughter of Maria Theresa. She saw the rising democratic sentiment not as a political problem to be managed, but as a mortal threat to the monarchy itself. Her instinct was always the same: resist, refuse, call on foreign powers to intervene. She was in many ways more decisive than her husband. Unfortunately, she was decisive in the wrong direction, at the wrong time. 1789. The crisis that had been building for decades finally breaks open. Louis, pressured by financial catastrophe, calls the Estates General, the French Parliament that hadn't met since 1614. 175 years of silence, and now Louis needs them. This is already an admission of weakness that an absolute monarch cannot afford. The Third Estate, the commoners, demands proportional representation and voting by head rather than by order. Louis vacillates. The Third Estate breaks away and declares itself the National Assembly. They take the famous tennis court oath, swearing not to disband until France has a constitution. Louis orders them to disperse. They refuse, and in that moment of refusal, that single act of defiance, the old order cracks, because a king's authority is only real if people obey. The moment they don't, the moment they refuse, and nothing happens, the illusion shatters. Everyone sees that the emperor has no clothes, or rather, that the king has no power. July 14th, 1789. The Bastille falls. A royal fortress, a symbol of absolutist authority, stormed by a Parisian mob. The garrison is overwhelmed. The governor is killed, his head paraded through the streets on a pike. Louis writes in his diary that evening one word: rien. Nothing, he was told nothing, had happened that day. Or he chose to record nothing. Either way, the disconnect is staggering. October 1789. A mob of Parisian women, thousands of them, furious about bread prices, marches to Versailles. They invade the palace. They nearly reach the Queen's bedchamber. The royal family is forced to leave Versailles and relocate to the Tuileries Palace in Paris. They will never return. The King and Queen are now effectively prisoners. But still, incredibly, there is a chance. The National Assembly is drafting a constitution. Many of its members are moderates. They want a constitutional monarchy, a France with a king, but a king who governs within the law. Louis could have embraced this. He could have become the first constitutional monarch of France. He could have adapted. He couldn't, or wouldn't, because even as he publicly accepted the Constitution, even as he took oaths and made speeches and played the role of the reformed monarch, he was secretly writing letters to his wife's relatives in Austria, to other European monarchs, asking them to intervene, to invade, to restore his absolute authority by force. This is duplicity born not of cunning, but of paralysis. Louis couldn't commit to constitutional monarchy because it felt like surrender. He couldn't commit to absolutism because he lacked the force to impose it. He couldn't commit to reform because reform had already moved past anything he was willing to accept. So he did the worst possible thing. He pretended to accept the revolution while secretly plotting its destruction. And then, in June of 1791, he attempted the act that sealed his fate, the flight to Varennes. Louis disguised the royal family, himself, Marie Antoinette, their children, and attempted to flee Paris. Their destination was the fortress of Montmédy, near the northeastern border, where loyalist troops were stationed. The plan was to reach safety, link up with foreign armies, and return to Paris at the head of a military force that would crush the revolution. They almost made it. Almost. But at the town of Varennes, less than 50 kilometers from the border, the king was recognized. A local postmaster identified him from his portrait on the currency, according to the most famous version of the story. The family was stopped, detained, and escorted back to Paris in humiliation. The consequences were catastrophic. Whatever residual trust the French people had in their king, and there was some, even in 1791, evaporated instantly. He had sworn to uphold the Constitution. He had lied. He had tried to flee the country. He had been planning to bring foreign armies against his own people. The mask was off. Yet even after Varennes, the moderates in the Assembly attempted to preserve the fiction of a willing, constitutional monarch. They officially declared that Louis had been kidnapped, abducted, rather than admit that the king had fled voluntarily. They reinstated him. They gave him another chance. He wasted it, because Louis was incapable of not wasting chances. It wasn't a character flaw in the ordinary sense. It was something deeper, a fundamental inability to understand that the world had changed, that the rules he grew up with no longer applied, that the options available to him were narrowing with every day of inaction. The secret correspondence continued. Letters to Austria, letters to Prussia, requests for intervention. And when the revolutionary government discovered this correspondence, when the evidence of the king's betrayal became undeniable, the moderate position became untenable. August 1792. The Tuileries Palace is stormed. The Swiss guards who defend the royal family are massacred. Over 600 killed. Louis and his family are imprisoned. The monarchy is formally abolished. The French Republic is declared. January 1793. The National Convention votes on the king's fate. The verdict: guilty of conspiracy and treason. The sentence: death. The margin was narrow. Just one vote, by some accounts, separated death from imprisonment. But death it was. January 21st, 1793. A cold morning in Paris. Louis XVI is taken to the Place de la Révolution. He attempts to address the crowd. The drums are ordered to drown him out. The blade falls. The King of France is dead. Marie Antoinette followed him to the scaffold on October the 16th, 1793. By then, the revolution had devoured itself. The moderates, who had tried to create a constitutional monarchy, had been pushed aside by the radicals. The Girondins gave way to the Jacobins. Robespierre and his Committee of Public Safety launched the Reign of Terror. Somewhere between 16,000 and 40,000 people were executed. The guillotine ran almost continuously. The revolutionaries turned on revolutionaries. The revolution ate its own children, just as revolutions so often do. And out of the chaos, eventually, came Napoleon. Because that's what power vacuums produce, not democracy, not stability, not the enlightened governance the revolutionaries had imagined. A military strongman, an emperor, ultimately, who would plunge Europe into 2 decades of war that killed millions and reshaped the continent. All of this, the terror, Napoleon, the wars that consumed Europe for a generation, traces back, in some meaningful sense, to a man who could not make a decision. Now, I want to be careful here. Louis XVI didn't cause the French Revolution. The structural problems, the bankrupt treasury, the tax inequality, the rigid social hierarchy, the intellectual ferment of the Enlightenment, those existed regardless of who sat on the throne. A different king might have faced the same crisis, but a different king might have survived it. That's the point. The crisis was not inherently fatal to the monarchy. There were moments, identifiable, specific moments, when a decisive king could have changed the outcome. When Turgot proposed reforms in 1774, when the Estates General convened in 1789, when the Constitution was drafted, when the flight to Varennes failed. At each of these junctures, a clear choice could have saved the institution. Louis made no clear choice at any of them. He chose hesitation. He chose delay. He chose to agree with whoever spoke last and to secretly undermine whatever he had publicly agreed to. Not because he was evil, because he was afraid of conflict, afraid of consequences, afraid of the weight of the crown he never wanted and never knew how to wear. There's a line historians sometimes use about Louis XVI. They say he was a good man, but a bad king. And I think that's exactly right. His personal qualities, his kindness, his genuine concern for his people, his lack of cruelty, would have made him a good neighbor, a good father, a good citizen. But the throne doesn't need good men. The throne needs decision-makers. And Louis, faced with the most consequential decisions of his era, could not decide. That's the deadliest form of weakness, isn't it? Not cruelty, not stupidity, not corruption. Paralysis. The inability to choose a direction when every direction has costs. Because here's what indecisive leaders never understand. The cost of not choosing is always higher than the cost of choosing wrong. A wrong decision can be corrected. A non-decision compounds. It gets worse every day. Every day you don't choose, the options narrow, the stakes increase, and the eventual reckoning becomes more severe. Louis had 3 options in 1774. By 1789, he had 2. By 1791, he had 1. By 1793, he had none. That's what indecision does. It doesn't preserve your options. It destroys them, one by one, quietly, until the day you wake up and discover that the only option left is the one you've been most afraid of all along. The Locksmith King, a man who understood mechanisms, who could see how small parts fit together to create function and purpose and movement, but who could never see the mechanism of his own destruction, who couldn't see that every delay, every reversal, every secret letter and broken promise was one more tumbler falling into place in a lock that would never open again. They say he was composed at the scaffold, that he tried to speak to the crowd, that his last words before the drums silenced him were a declaration of his innocence. Perhaps he believed it. Perhaps, even at the end, He didn't understand that his crime wasn't malice or tyranny. His crime was inaction. His crime was having the power to decide and refusing to use it. His crime was standing at the center of a collapsing world and reaching for his locksmith's tools. From a king who could not decide what to do with his power, to an emperor who decided to fire the most brilliant strategist in Europe, and then wondered why everything fell apart. There's a particular kind of genius that knows when to stop. Most people, they don't think about that. They think genius is the person who keeps going, the conqueror who takes one more city, the founder who launches one more product, the general who fights one more battle. And sometimes that's true. Sometimes momentum is everything. But the rarest form of genius, it's the person who builds something extraordinary and then sits down, folds their hands, and dedicates the rest of their career to making sure nobody, including themselves, breaks what they just built. Otto von Bismarck was that kind of genius. Now, to understand what Wilhelm II destroyed, you first have to understand what Bismarck created, because the scale of the achievement makes the scale of the destruction that much more staggering. In 1862, Bismarck became Minister-President of Prussia. At that point, Germany didn't exist. Not as a country. It was a patchwork. Dozens of kingdoms, duchies, principalities, free cities, loosely connected, perpetually squabbling, dominated by Austria to the south, and watched nervously by France to the west. The idea of a unified German state was a dream held by poets and professors. Practical men considered it impossible. Bismarck made it inevitable. But here's what separates him from every other unifier in history. He did it through precisely calibrated violence. Not conquest for its own sake, not glory. Engineering. 3 wars, each one designed to solve a specific problem, each one calculated to end quickly before the rest of Europe could react. 1864. War against Denmark. Seized Schleswig-Holstein. Brought Austria in as a partner, which sounds generous until you realize he was setting the trap for War Number 2. 1866. War against Austria. 7 weeks. That's all it took. The Battle of Königgrätz knocked Austria out of German affairs permanently. And here's where a lesser man would have overreached. Bismarck's own king wanted to march on Vienna, wanted a parade through the Austrian capital. Bismarck physically blocked the idea. Why humiliate a future ally? He needed Austria neutralized, not destroyed. He understood that today's defeated enemy is tomorrow's necessary partner. 1870. War against France. Napoleon III blundered into it. Bismarck helped him blunder, editing a telegram to make French demands seem more insulting than they were. France declared war. France lost. The German Empire was proclaimed in the Hall of Mirrors at Versailles, which was a deliberate humiliation that Bismarck actually opposed. He understood that humiliating France would create a permanent enemy. He was right. But the generals and the king wanted their moment, and some battles even Bismarck couldn't win. 3 wars, 9 years. A unified Germany where none had existed before. It was the most consequential act of state-building in the 19th century, and possibly in all of modern European history. And then he stopped. See, this is the part that nobody talks about. The wars get all the attention. Textbooks loved the Iron Chancellor, the man of blood and iron. But the real Bismarck, the Bismarck who should terrify you with his intelligence, is the Bismarck of 1871 to 1890, the peacemaker, the alliance builder, the man who spent 2 decades making sure the bomb he'd built would never go off. His logic was brutally simple. Germany now sat in the center of Europe. It had defeated Austria and France. It was the strongest land power on the continent, and that made it the most dangerous country in Europe, not to others, but to itself. Because a strong country in the center attracts enemies on all sides. The nightmare scenario was a 2-front war, France in the west seeking revenge, Russia in the east seeking expansion, and Germany caught between them, like grain between millstones. So Bismarck built a web, alliance with Austria-Hungary, natural partners, shared language, shared interests. The League of the Three Emperors, Germany, Austria-Hungary, Russia, keeping all 3 conservative monarchies aligned. When that frayed, he created the Reinsurance Treaty with Russia, a secret agreement that if either was attacked by a third power, the other would remain neutral. It specifically meant that if France attacked Germany, Russia would stay out. The one scenario that could destroy Germany, neutralized by a piece of paper and Bismarck's personal relationship with the Russian court. And France? Bismarck kept France isolated. No allies, no partners, diplomatically quarantined. He even encouraged French colonial adventures in Africa and Asia, let them expend their energy far from the Rhine. Every move had a purpose. Every alliance served the central objective. Germany must never face a war on 2 fronts. He called it his system, and it required constant attention, constant adjustment, constant personal diplomacy. He once compared himself to a man juggling 5 balls, at least 2 of which were always in the air. It was exhausting. It was brilliant. It worked. For 20 years, Europe remained at peace. Not because Europeans had become peaceful, they hadn't, but because Bismarck had constructed a system so intricate, so carefully balanced, that no single nation could start a major war without finding the deck stacked against it. And then, on June 15th, 1888, a 29-year-old man became Kaiser. Wilhelm II was everything Bismarck was not. Where Bismarck was patient, Wilhelm was impulsive. Where Bismarck calculated, Wilhelm performed. Where Bismarck understood that power works best when it's invisible, Wilhelm believed power exists to be displayed. He was, in the most precise sense of the word, a man who confused volume for strength. Now, there's a psychological dimension here that matters. Wilhelm was born with a withered left arm, a birth injury that left his left arm roughly 6 inches shorter than his right, with limited function. In an era that worshipped military bearing and physical presence, in a culture that defined masculinity through the uniform and the sword, this was a source of profound insecurity. His mother, Queen Victoria's eldest daughter, subjected him to agonizing treatments as a child. Animal blood baths, electric shocks, forcing the arm into a machine. None of it worked. But it produced a man with something to prove. Always something to prove. Does this excuse what followed? No. Plenty of people overcome physical challenges without starting world wars. But it explains the pattern, the compulsive need to appear strong, the aggressive posturing, the inability to tolerate anyone in the room who might be more competent than himself. And in March of 1890, the most competent man in Europe was very much in the room. The conflict between Wilhelm and Bismarck was inevitable. Bismarck had served Wilhelm's grandfather for decades. He'd essentially run Germany. He was accustomed to getting his way, and his way was the way that had built and preserved the empire. Wilhelm saw it differently. He saw an old man, Bismarck was 75, who treated the Kaiser like a junior employee, who made decisions without consultation, who, frankly, seemed to believe that he, not the Kaiser, was the real ruler of Germany. They clashed over domestic policy. They clashed over foreign policy. They clashed over who had the right to meet with ministers without the other present. It was a power struggle dressed up as policy disagreements, and there was only ever going to be one winner. The Kaiser had the constitutional authority. On March 18th, 1890, Bismarck submitted his resignation. It was not voluntary. The British magazine Punch published a cartoon that became famous. It showed Bismarck descending a gangplank from a great ship, while Wilhelm watched from the deck above. The caption, "Dropping the pilot." It remains one of the most prophetic political cartoons ever drawn. Bismarck, in retirement, was characteristically blunt. He told anyone who would listen that disaster was coming. His most famous warning cuts to the bone. The officer in command of the ship of state is now going to steer full speed ahead into the rock. He predicted that 20 years after his departure, everything he'd built would collapse. He was off by 4 years. 24 years later, the catastrophe arrived. But the collapse didn't happen all at once. It happened in stages, each one the direct consequence of dismantling Bismarck's system. And each stage was driven by the same impulse. Wilhelm wanted Germany to be seen as powerful, rather than ensuring Germany actually was powerful. First domino, the reinsurance treaty with Russia. Bismarck's secret agreement, the one that kept Russia neutral in case of war with France. It came up for renewal in 1890, just months after Bismarck's departure. Wilhelm's new advisers, men who were not stupid, but who were not Bismarck, argued that the treaty conflicted with Germany's alliance with Austria-Hungary. Technically, they had a point. The treaty was contradictory. That was by design. Bismarck had built deliberately contradictory commitments because he was the only person skilled enough to manage them simultaneously. His successors looked at the complexity and flinched. They let the treaty lapse. The consequences were immediate and catastrophic. Russia, suddenly without a German alliance, looked west. France, suddenly presented with a potential partner, reached out. By 1894, just 4 years after Bismarck's dismissal, France and Russia signed a formal military alliance. The one thing Bismarck had spent 20 years preventing, hostile powers on both of Germany's borders, happened in less than half a decade. Second domino, the Navy. Wilhelm became obsessed with building a world-class fleet. Admiral Tirpitz drew up plans for a navy that could challenge Britain's Royal Navy. Now, think about this for a moment. Why would you deliberately provoke the most powerful naval force on Earth? Britain's entire strategic identity was built on naval supremacy. It was an island nation. The Royal Navy was its immune system. Any country that tried to match it was, by definition, declaring itself a threat to British survival. Bismarck had understood this instinctively. He'd kept Germany's navy modest and focused on the army. Let Britain rule the waves. Germany ruled the land. There was no conflict, because there was no competition. Wilhelm threw that logic overboard. He wanted a navy because navies were impressive, because great powers had great navies, because he looked at the globe and saw colonies painted in British red and French blue and wanted German colors there too. Britain noticed. Britain responded. In 1904, Britain and France signed the Entente Cordiale, not a formal alliance, but a friendship agreement that resolved colonial disputes and aligned the two nations diplomatically. This was extraordinary. Britain and France had been rivals for centuries. They'd fought wars. They distrusted each other on a cellular level. But Wilhelm's naval build-up had accomplished what centuries of French diplomacy could not. It pushed Britain into France's arms. By 1907, Britain, France, and Russia had formed the Triple Entente. Germany was encircled. The exact nightmare Bismarck had spent his career preventing was now the strategic reality. And Wilhelm still didn't see it. Here's where it would be funny if it weren't so devastating. Wilhelm had a talent for public statements that turned allies into enemies. He once told a British journalist that Germans did not like the English, that the English were met, and that he was England's best friend. Somehow, this did not improve Anglo-German relations. He sent a telegram congratulating the Boers in South Africa for repelling a British raid, which infuriated Britain. He gave an interview to the Daily Telegraph in 1908 that was so diplomatically disastrous that even his own government tried to muzzle him afterward. Each incident, taken alone, was merely embarrassing. Taken together, they formed a pattern that convinced every major power in Europe that Germany under Wilhelm was unpredictable, aggressive, and dangerous. Not because Germany actually was those things in any structural sense, but because its leader kept performing those things on the international stage. See, this is the core of what went wrong. Bismarck's system operated on the principle that perception matters as much as reality. He managed perceptions meticulously. He wanted Germany to appear satisfied, peaceful, status quo, a good neighbor, a reliable partner. Not because Germany was inherently peaceful, but because appearing peaceful kept the alliance system intact and kept enemies from forming coalitions. Wilhelm reversed the equation entirely. He wanted Germany to appear mighty, dominant, expansionist, a force to be reckoned with. And he got exactly what he wanted. Every major power in Europe reckoned with Germany. They reckoned that Germany was a threat, and they built alliances accordingly. Then came 1914. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand on June 28, 1914, lit the fuse. But the bomb had been built over 24 years of strategic incompetence. Austria-Hungary wanted to punish Serbia. They asked Germany for support. And Wilhelm, impulsive, posturing, still trying to prove something, issued what historians call the blank check. Unconditional support. Whatever Austria wanted to do, Germany would back it. Bismarck, who had died in 1898, had predicted it with eerie precision. He'd said that the next Great War would come from some damn foolish thing in the Balkans. He was right. But the foolish thing wasn't just the assassination. It was the 24 years of strategic vandalism that ensured the assassination would trigger a continental war instead of a regional crisis. Russia mobilized to support Serbia. Germany mobilized against Russia. France mobilized to honor its alliance with Russia. Germany invaded France through Belgium. Britain entered the war to defend Belgian neutrality. In 6 weeks, every great power in Europe was at war. The Nightmare Coalition, the Two-Front War, the one thing Bismarck had built his entire system to prevent, arrived precisely because every safeguard he'd created had been systematically dismantled by the man who fired him. 4 years? That's how long it lasted. 4 years of trenches and machine guns and poison gas and artillery bombardments that turned the fields of France and Belgium into moonscapes. 20 million dead, 21 million wounded. An entire generation of European men, British, French, German, Russian, Austrian, fed into a machine that ground them into mud. And for what? What did it accomplish? Germany lost. The Kaiser abdicated in November 1918 and fled to the Netherlands, where he spent the rest of his life chopping wood and writing memoirs that blamed everyone but himself. The empire Bismarck had built, the thing that had taken 9 years of genius to create, was destroyed in 4 years of war that Bismarck's system had been specifically designed to prevent. But the real cost wasn't measured in casualties or territory. It was measured in what came next. The Treaty of Versailles, War Guilt Clause. Germany accepted sole responsibility for the war. Reparations so enormous, they were essentially unpayable. Territory stripped away. Military gutted. A proud nation humiliated. And the humiliation didn't produce acceptance. It produced rage. It produced a population searching for someone to blame. It produced the conditions, the economic despair, the national resentment, the political instability that would in 15 years bring something far worse to power. World War I killed 20 million people. The conditions it created killed another 70 million in World War II. And the chain of causation runs directly, through a 29-year-old Kaiser's decision to fire the one man who understood how to keep Europe at peace. Now, I want to be careful here. History is not that simple. There were structural forces at work: nationalism, imperialism, militarism, the alliance system itself. Other leaders made catastrophic decisions. The war had many fathers. But the common thread, the decision that turned manageable tensions into an unmanageable crisis, was the removal of the one mind that could manage the contradictions. The Rothschilds understood what Wilhelm never did. Real power does not need to be displayed. It needs to be positioned. Nathan Rothschild didn't stand on the floor of the London Stock Exchange, waving his arms and declaring himself the greatest financier in the world. He stood quietly in his corner, let others panic, and bought when everyone else was selling. His power was invisible. His influence was structural. He operated through systems, not spectacle. Bismarck operated the same way. His alliances were contradictory. His treaties were sometimes secret. His methods were opaque, but the result was 2 decades of European peace and German security. It wasn't glamorous, it wasn't dramatic, it didn't make for good headlines or impressive speeches, but it worked. Wilhelm wanted the headlines, he wanted the speeches. He wanted the navy parades and the colonial adventures and the public declarations of German greatness. And he got them. He got every bit of spectacle he ever wanted. The cost was merely an empire, a continent, and 60 years of catastrophe that Europe is still recovering from. There's a phrase that keeps appearing in this series, the protector paradox. The idea that the traits which win power are often the opposite of the traits needed to preserve it. But Wilhelm represents a variant of this. Call it the successor paradox. The person who inherits a system rarely understands why the system was built the way it was. They see the constraints and the compromises and the contradictions, and they think, I can do better. I can simplify this. I can make it bolder, cleaner, more dramatic. And they can't, because the constraints weren't flaws. They were features. Bismarck's contradictory alliances weren't a sign of confusion. They were a sign of sophistication. The complexity was the point. It kept every major power slightly off balance, slightly uncertain, slightly cautious. The moment you simplified the system, let this treaty lapse, challenge that naval power, you removed the ambiguity that kept the peace. How do you protect against this? Can you? Bismarck tried. He warned. He wrote. He told everyone who would listen what would happen, and it happened anyway, because the man with the power to prevent it was the man who refused to listen. Maybe that's the darkest lesson here. You can build the most sophisticated system in the world. You can calibrate every alliance, manage every perception, balance every contradiction with mathematical precision. And one person, one insecure, impulsive, spectacle-addicted person, can dismantle the whole thing in a few years. Not through malice, not through deliberate sabotage, just through the simple, devastating inability to understand what they inherited. The ship hit the rock, just like Bismarck said it would. From an emperor who thought he knew better than the greatest strategist in Europe, to an emperor who thought he could play Gladiator while his empire crumbled. Marcus Aurelius is one of those figures history refuses to let go of. And for good reason. Philosopher king, Stoic, author of Meditations, a book of private reflections that was never meant to be published, which is probably why it's one of the most honest things ever written by a person in power. He wrote about duty, about restraint, about the obligation of the strong to govern wisely. He wrote these things not from some comfortable library in Rome, but from a military tent on the Danube frontier, fighting Germanic tribes in the freezing rain, watching his soldiers die of plague. Under Marcus Aurelius, Rome reached its peak. The empire stretched from Britain to Mesopotamia. The economy was stable. The legal system functioned. The borders, while pressured, held. It was the culmination of what historians call the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, a period of roughly 2 centuries, during which the Mediterranean world experienced unprecedented stability and prosperity. And his final act as emperor was his worst. To understand why, you need to understand the system he broke, because Rome had stumbled into something remarkable, a method of selecting leaders that worked better than any hereditary monarchy in history. And it worked precisely because it was not hereditary. The 5 good emperors, that's what Edward Gibbon called them, and the names stuck. Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, Marcus Aurelius. Nearly a century of competent, often brilliant governance. And the mechanism was elegant in its simplicity. Each emperor adopted his successor. Not his son, not his nephew, not the closest blood relative, the most capable man available. Think about what that means. Nerva, elderly and without biological heirs, looked at the Roman world and asked, who is the best general, the best administrator, the most respected man in the empire? The answer was Trajan, a military commander from Spain, not even Italian. didn't matter. Capability was the criterion. Trajan did the same. He adopted Hadrian, another Spaniard, a brilliant administrator and architect who spent his reign personally inspecting every corner of the empire, building walls and roads and aqueducts, consolidating rather than expanding. Hadrian adopted Antoninus Pius, who adopted Marcus Aurelius. Each time, the criterion was merit. Each time, the system produced a leader who was genuinely qualified for the most demanding job in the ancient world. Now, it's worth noting that this wasn't purely altruistic selection. These adoptions were political acts. Choosing a successor was about building alliances, rewarding loyalty, and managing the Senate. And it helped that several of these emperors had no surviving biological sons. The system worked partly because circumstances aligned with wisdom, but the results speak for themselves. A century of stability in a world that had previously torn itself apart every time an emperor died. No civil wars, no Praetorian coups, no contested successions that left armies marching on Rome. The adoption system was, by any measure, the most successful method of imperial succession the Roman world ever produced. Marcus Aurelius ended it. He had a biological son, Commodus. Born in 161 AD, one of the few emperor's sons to survive childhood, Marcus had lost several children already. And when the time came to name a successor, Marcus chose blood over merit. He elevated Commodus to co-emperor at the age of 16. He brought the boy with him to the Danube front. He tried to prepare him. Why? The question has consumed historians for nearly 2,000 years. Was it love? Almost certainly, in part. Marcus was, by all accounts, a devoted father. Was it political calculation? Perhaps. Passing over your own son in favor of an adopted heir would have been controversial, potentially destabilizing. Was it hubris? The belief that his own son must surely have inherited some of his capability? Maybe. Even philosophers are susceptible to that particular delusion. Or perhaps the system that produced great leaders was not as robust as it appeared. Perhaps it had always been one bad decision away from collapse. Perhaps the fact that it worked for a century was the anomaly. And what Marcus did, choosing his son, was the norm reasserting itself. Whatever the reason, the result was catastrophic. Commodus became sole emperor in 180 AD upon Marcus's death. He was 19, and from the very beginning, it was clear that the philosophical precision of the father had not been passed to the son. Not even close. See, the thing about Commodus is that he wasn't stupid. That's important to understand. He wasn't a drooling incompetent. He was physically strong, charismatic in his way, and possessed of a certain animal cunning that kept him alive for 12 years in a court full of conspirators. What he lacked was any interest whatsoever in the actual job of governing the Roman Empire. The empire was, at that point, the most complex administrative apparatus in the ancient world. Millions of people across 3 continents. A professional army of several 100,000. Trade networks spanning from Scotland to India. Legal codes. Tax systems. Provincial governments. Aqueducts and roads and grain shipments. Running it required constant attention, constant decision-making, constant balancing of competing interests. It was, essentially, a full-time job for a genius. Commodus delegated the whole thing. The pattern repeated itself throughout his reign. He would elevate a favorite, someone who flattered him, someone who kept the wheels turning while Commodus pursued his real interests. The favorite would accumulate power, make enemies, and eventually be destroyed. Then the cycle would restart. First there was Cyotrus, a freedman from Commodus's household. Then Tigidius Perennis, the Praetorian prefect, who essentially ran the empire for several years, until soldiers from Britain accused him of treason, and Commodus had him executed. Then Cleander, another freedman, who openly sold government positions and military commands. You could literally buy a consulship. Cleander lasted until a grain shortage, and subsequent riots made him a convenient scapegoat. The mob demanded his head. Commodus gave it to them. Each rise and fall left the government weaker, more corrupt, more dependent on the next favorite. And through it all, Commodus pursued his passion, the arena. Now, Roman emperors attending gladiatorial games was normal, expected even. It was entertainment, politics, and public relations combined. The emperor who provided good games was popular. The emperor who didn't was suspect. But there was an enormous difference between sponsoring games and fighting in them. Gladiators were, in Roman social terms, the lowest of the low. Slaves, criminals, desperate men. For an emperor to fight as a gladiator was like, imagine a sitting president entering a professional wrestling ring. Not as a spectator, as a competitor, with a championship belt and a stage name. Commodus didn't just fight occasionally. He fought constantly. He claimed to have fought in over 700 gladiatorial bouts. He called himself Hercules Romanus, the Roman Hercules, and appeared in public wearing lion skins and carrying a club. He had statues of himself erected in the guise of Hercules throughout Rome. He once killed 100 lions in a single day in the arena, which sounds impressive until you learn the lions were penned and he shot them from a raised platform with arrows. The Roman Senate applauded. They had to. Senators who failed to attend Commodus's performances could find themselves on the wrong end of imperial displeasure. And imperial displeasure under Commodus had a way of turning fatal. He fought gladiators in the Colosseum. His opponents, naturally, were given wooden swords or were otherwise handicapped. The emperor always won. The crowd always cheered. And each victory cost the Roman treasury 1,000,000 sesterces, the fee Commodus charged for his own appearances. He was, in effect, paying himself from public funds to play gladiator in rigged matches. There's a term for this. It's not courage. It's not entertainment. It's performance. Empty, narcissistic performance designed to create the appearance of strength while demonstrating its absolute absence. A strong emperor didn't need to fight gladiators. A strong emperor was too busy governing. The fact that Commodus spent his time in the arena told Rome everything it needed to know about what was happening, or not happening, in the imperial palace. But it got worse, because Commodus didn't just neglect the empire. He actively degraded it. He renamed Rome, the city that had stood for nearly 1,000 years, the center of the known world, the eternal city. He renamed it Colonia Commodiana, the colony of Commodus. He renamed the months of the year after his own titles: Lucius, Aelius, Aurelius, Commodus, Augustus, Herculeus, Romanus, Exuperatorius, Amazonius, Invictus, Felix, Pius. He renamed the legions. He renamed the Senate. Everything was Commodus. The ego consumed the state like a fire consuming paper, and he debased the currency. This matters more than the gladiator fights, more than the renaming, more than any of the spectacle. Because debasing currency is how empires actually die. Commodus reduced the weight of the denarius and decreased its silver purity. He was diluting the money supply to fund his lifestyle. And once you start that process, once the currency becomes unreliable, everything built on top of it starts to wobble. Trade contracts, military pay, tax collection, trust. The entire financial infrastructure of the empire depended on the denarius being worth what it claimed to be worth. Commodus corroded that foundation to pay for arena, appearances, and golden statues of himself. Commodus inherited what the Rothschilds spent generations building: power, stability, institutional trust. They understood something Commodus never did. Power preserved through merit lasts. Power preserved through blood does not. The Rothschilds chose their successors based on capability. When a son wasn't suited for the banking house, he was gently redirected. When a branch proved incompetent, it was quietly sidelined. The family survived for over 2 centuries because they never confused blood with ability. The 5 good emperors operated on the same principle. And it worked. For nearly 100 years it worked. One decision by one man, a good man, a wise man, a man who should have known better, broke the chain: love, or duty, or simply the human inability to look at your own child and say, "You're not enough for this." Whatever it was, it ended the greatest succession system the ancient world ever produced. On December 31st, 192 AD, the system collected its final debt. Commodus had announced that on New Year's Day he would assume the consulship dressed as a gladiator, emerging from the gladiatorial barracks rather than the imperial palace. It was the ultimate degradation of Roman institutions. His mistress, Marcia, who had been loyal for years, discovered her own name on a list of people Commodus planned to execute, along with the Praetorian prefect Latus and his chamberlain, Eclectus. The conspiracy came together in hours. Marcia poisoned Commodus's wine that evening. When the poison failed to kill him, he vomited most of it up. They sent in Narcissus, his wrestling partner. Narcissus strangled him in the bath. He was 31 years old. He had ruled for 12 years, and the empire he left behind was unrecognizable from the one he'd inherited. What followed was chaos. The year of the 5 emperors, 193 AD. Pertinax, the respected senator who replaced Commodus, lasted 87 days before the Praetorian Guard murdered him. Then the Guard did something that captures the total degradation of Roman institutions. They auctioned the empire. Literally, they stood on the walls of their camp and offered the throne to the highest bidder. A wealthy senator named Didius Julianus won by promising each guardsman 25,000 sesterces. He lasted 66 days. Civil war consumed the empire. Septimius Severus eventually emerged as emperor, but only after military conflict that left thousands dead and established a precedent that would haunt Rome for the next century. The army makes emperors, not the Senate, not adoption, not merit. Whoever has the most legions gets the purple. Historians mark 180 AD, the death of Marcus Aurelius, the accession of Commodus, as the beginning of Rome's decline, not its fall. Rome limped on for nearly 300 more years in the West, longer in the East. But the Pax Romana, that extraordinary period of stability and prosperity, ended the moment Commodus took sole power, and it never returned. The inheritance trap. That's what this is. The belief that power, because it can be transferred, can be inherited, that the son of a great man will be a great man, that the child raised in the palace understands the palace, that proximity to competence produces competence. It doesn't. It never has. Every dynasty eventually produces a Commodus, someone who inherits the machinery of power without inheriting the understanding of why the machinery was built, how it functions, or what it costs to maintain. They see the throne and the legions and the treasury and think, this is mine. They never think, this is my responsibility. Marcus Aurelius knew this. He wrote about it. His meditations are filled with reflections on duty, on the temporary nature of power, on the obligation to serve rather than to be served. He understood, intellectually, everything that mattered. And then he made a decision with his heart instead of his head, and undid a century of institutional wisdom in a single act of paternal love. The system had one weakness. It required every emperor to choose capability over affection, to look at their own child and say, "You are not the best man for this job." For 4 generations, Rome got lucky. Emperors without surviving sons, or emperors wise enough to see clearly. Marcus Aurelius was wise enough to see clearly about everything in the universe except his own boy. And Rome paid for that blindness for 300 years. From an empire weakened by one man's incompetence to a democracy that wrote its own death warrant into its constitution. November 1918. The Kaiser has fled to the Netherlands. The army is collapsing. The navy has mutinied. Revolutionaries hold the streets of Berlin. And Germany, devastated, humiliated, starving from 4 years of British naval blockade, attempts something it has never tried before: democracy. Now, it's worth pausing here to appreciate how radical this was. Germany had no democratic tradition. Not really. The Kaiserreich had a parliament, the Reichstag, but it was essentially decorative. Real power resided with the Kaiser, the military, and the Prussian aristocracy. The idea that Germany would govern itself through elected representatives, through debate and compromise and majority vote. It was an experiment conducted under the worst possible conditions, and the constitution they wrote was, on paper, extraordinary. The delegates gathered in Weimar, not Berlin, because Berlin was too dangerous, too chaotic, too full of armed men with competing visions of Germany's future. Weimar was quiet, cultural. The city of Goethe and Schiller. It seemed like an appropriate birthplace for a new, enlightened Germany. The Weimar Constitution guaranteed universal suffrage, men and women, free speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion, workers' rights, social welfare provisions, proportional representation, so that every political voice, no matter how small, would be heard in Parliament. It was one of the most progressive constitutions in the world. Legal scholars studied it with admiration. Political theorists cited it as a model. It also contained the mechanism of its own destruction. Article 48. See, the framers of the Weimar Constitution were not naive. They knew Germany was unstable. They knew that a new democracy, born from defeat and revolution, might face emergencies that required swift, decisive action. action that the slow machinery of parliamentary debate could not provide. So they included a provision. In times of emergency, the president could suspend civil liberties and rule by decree. The logic was sound. Every government needs an emergency brake. The American Constitution has provisions for suspending habeas corpus in times of rebellion or invasion. The French Republic had similar mechanisms. The idea that a state might, in extremis, need to concentrate power temporarily to survive an acute crisis. This is not unreasonable. But Article 48 had a fatal flaw. It never defined what constituted an emergency. There were no criteria, no threshold, no objective test that had to be met before the president could invoke it. The article simply said that if the president determined that public order and safety were seriously disturbed or endangered, he could take any measures necessary to restore them. Any measures necessary, seriously disturbed, endangered. Every word was subjective. Every word was elastic. Every word could be stretched to cover whatever situation the president, or the people advising the president, decided it should cover. A safety valve with no off switch. A constitutional backdoor to dictatorship. And for the first few years, it sat there, unused, unremarkable, like a loaded gun in a drawer that everyone knows about, but assumes will never be needed. Then the economy collapsed. The story of the Weimar hyperinflation is one of those episodes that sounds like fiction. It isn't. Every number is real. Every anecdote is documented. And the scale of the catastrophe is almost impossible to comprehend, unless you walk through it, step by step. It began with reparations. The Treaty of Versailles demanded that Germany pay for the war, 132 billion gold marks, a sum so enormous that even the Allied economists who calculated it doubted it could ever be paid. Germany made payments in 1921. They were painful, but manageable. Then, in early 1922, Germany requested a moratorium, a pause, on payments. France refused. In January 1923, French and Belgian troops occupied the Ruhr, Germany's industrial heartland. The coal mines, the steel mills, the factories. France intended to take what Germany wouldn't pay. The German government responded with passive resistance. Workers refused to cooperate with the occupation. The government, to support them, printed money, and printed, and printed. What happened next destroyed a nation's faith in its own institutions. In January 1923, a loaf of bread cost 250 marks. By July, it cost 3,465 marks. By September, 1.5 million marks. By November, 80 billion marks. 80 billion for a loaf of bread. Workers were paid twice daily because money lost value by the hour. People carried wages in wheelbarrows and shopping baskets. A cup of coffee might cost 5,000 marks when you ordered it, and 8,000 marks when you finished drinking it. People wallpapered their homes with banknotes because the paper was worth more as wallpaper than as currency. Children played with stacks of million-mark notes the way they might play with building blocks. The numbers are almost comical in their absurdity, but the human reality behind them was anything but funny. Life savings, the accumulated prudence of decades, evaporated in weeks. A family that had carefully saved enough to retire on found that their retirement fund wouldn't buy a newspaper. Pensioners starved. The middle class, the backbone of any stable democracy, was annihilated. Not thinned. Not stressed. destroyed, financially, psychologically, and in terms of their faith in the system that had allowed this to happen. And here's the thing that matters for our story. Hyperinflation doesn't just destroy money. It destroys trust. Trust in currency. Trust in banks. Trust in government. Trust in the idea that if you work hard, save carefully, and follow the rules, you will be okay. When that trust dies, something else takes its place. Something darker. A hunger for certainty, a willingness to follow anyone who promises to restore order, a contempt for the democratic institutions that allowed the catastrophe to occur. The hyperinflation was stabilized in late 1923 through the introduction of a new currency, the Rentenmark, backed by German land and industrial assets rather than gold. It worked. Prices stabilized. The economy began to recover. And for the next 5 years, the Weimar Republic experienced something that looked remarkably like success. Gustav Stresemann, first as chancellor, then as foreign minister, stabilized the political situation, negotiated the Dawes Plan to restructure reparations, brought Germany into the League of Nations, and oversaw a cultural renaissance that made Berlin the artistic capital of Europe. Jazz, expressionist cinema, Bauhaus architecture, cabaret. The world flocked to Berlin. Weimar Germany seemed to have found its footing. But underneath the glitter, the structural problems remained unsolved. Proportional representation meant that the Reichstag was fragmented into a dozen or more parties, none strong enough to form a stable majority. Governments were coalitions, fragile, temporary, constantly negotiating. In 14 years, the Weimar Republic went through 20 different cabinets. 20. The average government lasted less than 9 months. How do you build long-term policy when no government lasts long enough to implement it? And the economic recovery was built on borrowed money. Literally. American loans, under the Dawes Plan and later the Young Plan, flowed into Germany, financing reconstruction and reparation payments. Germany borrowed from America to pay reparations to Britain and France, who used the money to repay their own war debts to America. It was a circle of debt that worked only as long as American money kept flowing. Was the Weimar Republic doomed by its structure, or by the people who operated within it? Could better leaders have made proportional representation work? Could a more defined Article 48 have prevented its abuse? Or was the system itself the fatal weakness, a beautiful machine with a cracked foundation, waiting for the right earthquake to bring it down? The earthquake arrived in October 1929. The American stock market crashed. The loans stopped. American banks, desperate for liquidity, recalled their German loans. The economic circle that had sustained Weimar snapped in an instant. The consequences were immediate and devastating. Unemployment soared from roughly 1.3 million in 1929 to over 6 million by 1932, roughly 30% of the workforce. Banks failed. Businesses closed. The middle class, still psychologically scarred from the hyperinflation just 6 years earlier, watched their rebuilt security collapse a second time. No, imagine the psychology of this. You are a German citizen. You survived the World War. You watched your savings destroyed by hyperinflation. You rebuilt. You saved again. You trusted the new currency, the new government, the new system. And now, again, it's all collapsing. Again, the democratic government seems helpless. Again, the system is failing you. How many times can faith survive being broken? The political extremes surged. The Communist Party, the KPD, promised a workers' revolution on the Soviet model. The Nazi Party, the NSDAP, promised national renewal, the restoration of German greatness, the destruction of the Versailles Order. Both parties rejected democracy explicitly. Both promised to tear down the system that had failed. And between 1930 and 1933, their combined vote share grew from roughly 20% to over 50% of the electorate. The center collapsed. The moderate parties, the Social Democrats, the Catholic Center Party, the Liberals, could not form stable governments. They could not agree on solutions. They could not even agree on the nature of the problem. And so they turned to Article 48. Chancellor Heinrich Brüning, appointed in 1930, could not command a parliamentary majority. So he governed by presidential decree, using Article 48. The Reichstag didn't pass his budget. Article 48. The Reichstag rejected his austerity measures. Article 48. In 1930, the President issued 5 emergency decrees. In 1931, 44. In 1932, 66. Parliament met for only 13 days that entire year. It became a habit. That's the crucial word. Not an emergency measure. A habit. The safety valve that was supposed to be used in extreme circumstances became the normal method of governance. Democracy was being hollowed out from the inside. Its own mechanisms turned against it, long before anyone named Hitler entered the chancellery. And the democratic parties allowed it. That's the part that should keep you awake at night. They weren't seized by a coup. They weren't overthrown by force. They consented. They looked at the gridlock and the extremism and the economic catastrophe, and they decided that presidential rule by decree was preferable to the messy, slow, frustrating work of democratic compromise. They chose efficiency over legitimacy, and in doing so, they taught the German public that democracy wasn't necessary, that a strong executive could simply bypass Parliament when Parliament became inconvenient. By the time Hitler entered the picture, the door was already open. He didn't have to break in. January 30th, 1933. President Paul von Hindenburg appoints Adolf Hitler Chancellor of Germany, legally, constitutionally, through the mechanisms that the Weimar Constitution provided. Hitler's party was the largest in the Reichstag. Hindenburg had resisted appointing him for months. But the political establishment, the conservative elites, the industrialists, the old Prussian aristocracy, convinced the aging president that Hitler could be controlled, that they could use him, that the chancellorship would moderate him, that the office would contain the man. They were wrong about everything. February 27th, 1933. The Reichstag burns. A Dutch communist, Marinus van der Lubbe, is found at the scene. Hitler declares a communist conspiracy. Hindenburg, on Hitler's urging, invokes Article 48. The Reichstag fire decree suspends freedom of speech, freedom of the press, the right of assembly, the privacy of postal and telephone communications, and the protection against unlawful searches and seizures. It's presented as temporary, an emergency measure, just until the crisis passes. It never passed. The decree was never rescinded. It remained in effect for the entire duration of the Third Reich, 12 years. March 23rd, 1933. The Enabling Act. The Reichstag, meeting in the Kroll Opera House because the Reichstag building has been gutted by fire, votes to give Hitler the power to enact laws without parliamentary consent. The vote is 441 to 94. The Social Democrats vote no. Every other party, including the Catholic Center Party, votes yes. The Communists don't vote because they've already been arrested. Democracy dies, not in a revolution, not in a military coup, through a vote, through the mechanisms of the very Constitution that was supposed to protect it. Article 48 suspends civil liberties. The Enabling Act transfers legislative power to the Chancellor. Each step is legal. Each step follows the rules. The Constitution of the Weimar Republic provides the tools for its own dismantling. The greatest trick a tyrant can pull is to seize power without breaking the law. Now, I want to sit with this for a moment, because it's important to understand that the Weimar Republic was not destroyed by Adolf Hitler. Hitler was the beneficiary of its destruction, not the cause. By the time he became Chancellor, German democracy was already functionally dead. Article 48 had replaced parliamentary governance. Emergency decrees had replaced legislation. The president was ruling by fiat. All Hitler did was take the apparatus of emergency rule and make it permanent. This is the pattern that should concern anyone who cares about democratic institutions. Democracies rarely die from external attack. They die from internal erosion. The emergency power that becomes routine. The executive action that bypasses the legislature. The norm that's violated once, then twice, then so often that it's no longer a norm at all. Each individual step seems justifiable. Each individual step seems necessary. And the cumulative effect is the death of the system. The Weimar Republic wrote its own death warrant into its constitution. Article 48 was the clause. But the signatories were the democratic politicians who invoked it, the courts that failed to constrain it, the public that accepted it, and the elites who thought they could use it to manage a crisis without creating a catastrophe. You cannot build a safety valve that allows unlimited power and expect it to be used responsibly forever. Human institutions do not work that way. The temptation of emergency power is that it works. It's fast. It's efficient. It cuts through the gridlock and the compromise and the frustration of democratic governance. And every time it works, the case for using it again becomes stronger, until the emergency becomes permanent, until the exception becomes the rule. 14 years. That's all the Weimar Republic lasted, from 1919 to 1933. 14 years between the creation of Germany's first democracy and its replacement by the most destructive regime in human history. And the transition happened legally, constitutionally, through the mechanisms the founders had built to protect the Republic in times of crisis. The cost is beyond calculation. The Holocaust, World War II, 60 million dead, Europe destroyed, a continent divided for half a century, and the chain of causation runs through a single article of a single constitution that never defined what an emergency was, never specified when extraordinary powers should end, and never imagined that the greatest threat to democracy would come not from its enemies, but from its own provisions. The founders of the Weimar Republic were not stupid. They were not naive. They were experienced politicians and legal scholars who understood the dangers facing a new democracy in a traumatized nation. They included Article 48 because they genuinely believed a new, fragile republic needed the ability to act decisively in a crisis. And they were right. It did. The problem wasn't the idea. The problem was the execution. No limits, no definitions, no sunset clause, no mechanism for the legislature to reclaim the powers it had temporarily surrendered. Every democracy builds its own version of Article 48. Every democracy creates mechanisms for emergency action. The question that determines whether the democracy survives is whether those mechanisms include their own constraints, whether the safety valve has an off switch, whether the emergency power contains within it the seeds of its own termination. The Weimar Republic's answer was no. And because the answer was no, a democracy built on the most progressive constitution of its era became the legal, constitutional foundation for the worst regime in modern history, not despite its protections. Through them, from a democracy that destroyed itself from within to democracies that tried to buy peace from without. The lesson of tonight's episode, that weakness at the top cascades downward, has never been more clearly demonstrated than in the decade before World War II. Because what happened between 1931 and 1939 was not just one act of weakness. It was a cascade, a rolling, compounding, 8-year demonstration of what happens when the people entrusted with civilization's guardrails decide not to use them. Not once, not twice, 7 times. 7 separate moments where the democratic powers of the world had the strength, the legal authority, and the moral standing to say no. And 7 times they said, well, let's not be hasty. Now, most people know the name Neville Chamberlain. Most people know about the piece of paper. Peace for our time. It's become shorthand for naivety, for weakness dressed in a morning suit. But here's what most people don't understand. Chamberlain wasn't the beginning. He was the end. The final inevitable product of a machine that had been running for 7 years before he ever stepped off that airplane. He didn't create the appeasement cascade. He inherited it. He was simply the man standing at the bottom of the hill when the avalanche arrived. So tonight, we're going to trace that avalanche from the very first crack in the snowpack. And that crack didn't appear in Europe. It appeared 6,000 miles away in a region most Europeans could not have found on a map. Manchuria, 1931. See, in September of 1931, the Japanese military staged an explosion on a railway line near Mukden, in the Chinese region of Manchuria. They blamed Chinese dissidents. This was, to put it delicately, a lie. The Japanese army had planted the explosives themselves. It was a pretext, a manufactured excuse to do what they'd been planning for months. Within days, Japanese forces swept across Manchuria, a region roughly the size of France and Germany combined. They installed a puppet state, called it Manchukuo, put a former Chinese emperor on a throne that had no power. And then they waited. What were they waiting for? They were waiting to see what the world would do. And the world did something. Technically, the League of Nations, that grand experiment in collective security born from the ashes of the First World War, convened. They investigated. They deliberated. They produced a report. The Lytton Commission, it was called, took them over a year, and the report concluded, with the kind of measured diplomatic language that takes 500 words to say what a child could say in 5. Japan, you shouldn't have done that. Japan's response: they withdrew from the League of Nations. Just left, walked out, like a man leaving a restaurant after being told the soup was cold. And what happened next? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. No sanctions, no military response, no consequences of any kind. Japan kept Manchuria. The League kept talking. And every ambitious dictator on the planet took out a notebook and wrote down a single, devastating observation. The system doesn't work. Now, why does this matter? Because the League of Nations was not just an organization. It was an idea. The idea that collective security, the agreement of civilized nations to stand together against aggression, could prevent another world war. 20 million people had died to create that idea. Manchuria was its first real test, not a test of military power, a test of will. Did the democracies of the world have the collective will to enforce the rules they had written? The answer was no, and that answer echoed across continents. 4 years later, October 1935, Ethiopia. Benito Mussolini, the fascist dictator of Italy, invaded Ethiopia. Now, let me put this in context. Ethiopia was not some unrecognized territory in a gray zone of international law. Ethiopia was a member of the League of Nations, a sovereign member state. Mussolini invaded a country that was sitting in the room, that had a vote, that had signed the same charter Italy had signed. This was not ambiguous. This was not a border dispute that required careful adjudication. This was one League member invading another, with tanks, with aircraft, with, and I wish this were an exaggeration, poison gas. Mustard gas dropped from planes onto Ethiopian soldiers and civilians. In 1935, after the world had supposedly agreed, in the wake of the trenches, that such weapons would never be used again. So what did the League do? They imposed sanctions. Good. Strong response, right? Except they excluded oil, the one resource Mussolini's military actually needed. Why? Because Britain and France were afraid, not of Ethiopia losing. They had already written that off. They were afraid of pushing Mussolini toward Hitler. See, in 1935, Mussolini and Hitler were not yet allies. They were rivals, competing visions of fascism, circling each other warily. Britain and France believed, and this is the kind of logic that sounds reasonable in a conference room and catastrophic in a history book, that if they punished Italy too harshly, Mussolini would ally with Germany. Therefore, they punished Italy just enough to look like they were doing something, but not enough to actually stop anything. The result: Ethiopia fell. Emperor Haile Selassie, a man of extraordinary dignity, stood before the League of Nations in Geneva and delivered one of the most prophetic speeches of the 20th century. He warned the assembled delegates that if the League could not protect Ethiopia, it could not protect anyone. He was, in the politest possible terms, telling them they had signed their own death warrant. The delegates shuffled in their seats. Some reportedly heckled him, and then they moved on to the next agenda item. But here is what matters about Ethiopia, not the military outcome, which was never in doubt. What matters is what it taught. Manchuria had taught ambitious leaders that the system wouldn't act against a major power far away. Ethiopia taught them something worse. The system wouldn't act against a major power, even when that power was attacking a fellow member. Even when the aggression was unambiguous. Even when the weapons were illegal. Even when the victim was standing in the room begging for help. The price of aggression had dropped from 0 to somehow less than 0. March 7th, 1936. The Rhineland. This one. This is the moment that haunts me, not because of its scale, no one died that day, but because of what it revealed about the architecture of catastrophe. The Treaty of Versailles, which ended the First World War, had established the Rhineland as a demilitarized zone. German territory, yes, but no German military forces were permitted there. It was a buffer, a tripwire, a physical manifestation of the promise that Germany would not again mass forces on the French border. And for 17 years, that promise held. Then Hitler sent his troops in. Not many. Roughly 19,000 soldiers crossed into the Rhineland on that March morning. And they had secret orders, orders that were only revealed decades later. If the French army responded, if France sent even a single division across the border, the German forces were to withdraw immediately. No resistance, no engagement. Just turn around and go home. Hitler was bluffing. He knew it. His generals knew it. They had begged him not to do it. The German military in 1936 was a shadow of what it would become by 1939. France, alone, had the largest army in Europe. The combined might of France and Britain could have ended Hitler's expansion, and quite possibly his regime, in an afternoon. One phone call from Paris to the War Ministry. One order. One division of French soldiers crossing into the Rhineland. That's all it would have taken. That phone call was never made. France consulted Britain. Britain counseled caution. Both decided that since the Rhineland was, after all, German territory, perhaps it wasn't worth risking a confrontation. Hitler, who had spent the previous 48 hours pacing and sweating and reportedly unable to sleep, later admitted, and I want you to hear this carefully, the 48 hours after the march into the Rhineland were the most nerve-wracking in my life. He wasn't speaking metaphorically. He believed, genuinely believed, that France would respond, that his gamble would fail, that he might be finished. He wasn't finished. He was just getting started. Because the Rhineland taught him the final lesson he needed. Manchuria had proved the world wouldn't act against distant aggression. Ethiopia had proved it wouldn't act against brazen aggression. The Rhineland proved it wouldn't act even when the aggressor was weak, the defenders were strong, and the cost of action was virtually nothing. If the democracies wouldn't stop him when it was easy, they certainly wouldn't stop him when it was hard. Now the cascade accelerates. Each domino falls faster than the last. March 1938. Austria. Hitler marches his army across the border. The Anschluss, they called it, the union of Germany and Austria. Except it wasn't a union. It was an absorption. Austrian Chancellor Schuschnigg had tried to resist, tried to call a referendum on independence. Hitler gave him an ultimatum. Schuschnigg resigned. German tanks rolled into Vienna, and the Western democracies issued statements. Strongly worded statements expressing concern. You can imagine how much sleep that cost Hitler. But it's September 1938 that has become the symbol. Munich. The name itself has become an adjective, a Munich moment, meaning the moment weakness crystallizes into catastrophe. Here's what happened. Hitler demanded the Sudetenland, the German-speaking border region of Czechoslovakia. Czechoslovakia was a democracy. It had a modern army. It had fortifications in the Sudetenland that were specifically designed to resist a German invasion. It had alliance agreements with France and the Soviet Union. On paper, Czechoslovakia should have been exactly the kind of country the post-war order was built to protect. Neville Chamberlain, the British Prime Minister, flew to Germany. Not once, not twice, 3 times. 3 separate flights to meet with Adolf Hitler. Think about that. The leader of the world's largest empire, flying in 1938, when flying was still somewhat extraordinary, to personally negotiate with a dictator who had already violated every agreement he had ever signed. Chamberlain believed he could reason with Hitler, that if he could just sit across from the man, look him in the eye, find the right words, he could secure peace. He believed in the power of personal diplomacy, which is a lovely thing to believe when your counterpart is operating in good faith. Hitler was not operating in good faith. Hitler had been planning the destruction of Czechoslovakia for months. The result was the Munich Agreement. Britain and France agreed to let Hitler take the Sudetenland. Czechoslovakia was not invited to the negotiation. They were informed of the outcome. The country whose territory was being carved away was told, not asked, what had been decided on their behalf. French Premier Daladier, to his credit, apparently understood the magnitude of what he'd done. When his plane landed in Paris and he saw the cheering crowds, he reportedly muttered something to the effect of, "The fools, if only they knew what they're cheering for." Chamberlain had no such reservations. He stepped off the plane at Heston Aerodrome, held up a piece of paper, the declaration he and Hitler had both signed, and spoke the words that have echoed through every subsequent decade of foreign policy debate. "I believe it is peace for our time." No. Chamberlain's piece of paper was signed by a man who had already broken every promise he had ever made. The Versailles Treaty, the Locarno Pact, the Demilitarization Agreement, the non-aggression pledges, every single one discarded, the moment it became inconvenient. But Chamberlain believed this promise was different. Why? Because he had asked really nicely? Because they'd had tea? Because there was a handshake? As if the problem with Hitler's previous broken promises was insufficient etiquette during the signing ceremony. There's an almost painful comedy in it. The idea that a man who had annexed Austria, remilitarized the Rhineland, torn up every treaty he'd ever signed, and openly published a book describing his plans for European domination, that this man would be bound by one more piece of paper because a British gentleman in a wing collar had flown over to discuss it personally. It would be funny if the cost hadn't been measured in tens of millions of lives. 6 months. That's how long the paper lasted. In March 1939, Hitler seized the rest of Czechoslovakia. Not the German-speaking parts. All of it, the entire country, absorbed into the Reich. Prague fell without a shot. The Czech army, which had been strong enough to fight, which had been willing to fight, had been ordered to stand down by its own allies 6 months earlier. And now, at last, something shifted. Chamberlain, to his credit, or perhaps to his horror, finally understood. The Munich Agreement wasn't a peace agreement. It was a receipt. Hitler had purchased Czechoslovakia on an installment plan, and the Western democracies had been his co-signers. Chamberlain stood before Parliament and admitted that the policy of appeasement had failed. Britain issued a guarantee to Poland, the next country in Hitler's path. If Germany invaded Poland, Britain would go to war. But here is the bitter arithmetic of the appeasement cascade. By March 1939, the strategic landscape had fundamentally changed. In 1936, when Hitler bluffed in the Rhineland, Germany's military was small, under-equipped, and vulnerable. By 1939, it was the most powerful war machine in Europe. The 3 years that appeasement had bought, the 3 years of peace, had been used by Hitler to rearm, to expand, to fortify, to build the Wehrmacht into a force capable of conquering most of a continent. The time that was supposed to benefit the democracies had benefited the dictator. September 1st, 1939. German forces invaded Poland. Britain and France, true to their guarantee, declared war. 2 days later, World War II had begun. Let me tell you what that war cost. Because the numbers are so large, they become abstractions, and abstractions are how we avoid learning from the past. Between 70 and 85 million people died. The range itself tells you something. We can't even count the dead precisely enough to narrow it below 15 million. Roughly 3% of the world's entire population erased. The Holocaust murdered 6 million Jews and millions more. Roma, disabled people, political prisoners, homosexuals, in an industrial machinery of death that remains, to this day, the single worst thing human beings have ever done to each other. Cities were incinerated. Hiroshima and Nagasaki introduced the atomic age, the permanent possibility that human civilization could end in an afternoon. All of it, every death, every city burned, every camp, every mushroom cloud, sits downstream of a cascade that began with a staged railway explosion in Manchuria in 1931. I'm not saying appeasement caused the war. Hitler's ambitions were his own. But appeasement removed every obstacle between those ambitions and their realization. Each unanswered act of aggression taught the next lesson. Each lesson was the same. Aggression has no cost. And when the cost of aggression is zero, aggression continues. This is not speculation. This is not political commentary. This is mathematics. Game theorists call it the credibility problem. Deterrence only works if the threat of punishment is believable. Every time a threat is issued and not enforced, the threat becomes less credible. Manchuria degraded credibility. Ethiopia degraded it further. The Rhineland nearly eliminated it. By Munich, the threat was meaningless. Hitler wasn't afraid of the Western democracies, because the Western democracies had spent 8 years teaching him he had nothing to fear. The appeasement multiplier, that's what I'd call it. Each act of weakness doesn't just fail to prevent the next crisis. It actively enables it. It teaches every watching adversary that weakness pays. It shifts the calculus of every future aggressor. And it compounds, like interest, like debt, like all the forces we've discussed tonight. Small failures of will, left unaddressed, accumulate into catastrophes that dwarf the original cost of action. The League of Nations, which was built to prevent another world war, became the mechanism through which another world war was enabled. Not because the League was evil, not because its members were stupid, but because they were afraid of confrontation, afraid of cost, afraid of the very conflict they were trying to prevent. And in their fear, they created the conditions for something infinitely worse than anything they were trying to avoid. That is the comfort paradox operating at civilizational scale. The desperate clinging to peace at any price, until the price is everything. From democracies that could not stand up to external threats, to a corporation that could not stand up to internal truth. There is a photograph that does not exist. It was never taken. It was never printed. It was never shared. But if it had been, if someone had captured the moment in 1975 when a 24-year-old engineer named Steve Sasson walked into a conference room at Eastman Kodak and showed his bosses the world's first digital camera, that photograph would be the most ironic image in the history of American business. Because the company that owned the phrase Kodak moment, the company that had put a camera in every American household, that had made photography a universal human experience, that had built an empire so dominant it controlled 90% of the film sold in the United States, that company was about to see the future. And its response, delivered with the kind of polite corporate finality that has killed more innovation than any government regulation ever could, was, "That's cute, but don't tell anyone about it." Tonight's final story is not about a company that was blindsided by change. That would be tragic, but forgivable. This is about a company that saw change coming, saw it clearly, held it in its hands, understood exactly what it meant, and chose, deliberately and repeatedly, over the course of 3 decades, to pretend it wasn't happening. This is the story of Eastman Kodak, and it is the purest expression of institutional weakness we will examine tonight. Let me take you back to the beginning, because to understand what Kodak threw away, you first have to understand what George Eastman built. In 1888, George Eastman introduced the Kodak camera with a slogan that changed the world. "You press the button, we do the rest." Before Eastman, photography was a specialist's art. It required heavy equipment, chemical knowledge, darkroom expertise. Eastman's genius was not the camera itself, it was the insight that most people didn't want to be photographers. They wanted photographs. They wanted memories. Birthdays, weddings, first steps, the smile on a child's face that lasts 3 seconds in real life, and if you're lucky, forever on film. Eastman didn't sell cameras. He sold the preservation of human experience. And he made it so simple that anyone could do it. By the mid-20th century, Kodak was not just a company. It was an American institution. The yellow box was as recognizable as the golden arches. Kodak moment had entered the English language as a synonym for any event worth remembering. The company employed approximately 140,000 people at its peak. Rochester, New York, Kodak's hometown, was essentially a company town. Kodak built parks, funded hospitals, supported schools. George Eastman himself gave away the equivalent of billions in today's dollars to education and the arts before his death. The company was synonymous with innovation, with accessibility, with the democratization of memory itself. And the numbers. My God, the numbers. 90% of the American film market, 85% of cameras. Profit margins on film that would make a pharmaceutical executive blush. Some estimates put them at 70% or higher. Think about that. For every dollar of film Kodak sold, roughly 70 cents was profit. The razor and blade model at its most magnificent. Sell the camera cheap. Make the fortune on film. Every birthday party, every vacation, every graduation. Another roll of film purchased, developed, printed. An annuity stream that seemed, by the 1970s, as permanent as gravity. Now, into this empire of celluloid and profit margins walked Steve Sasson. December 1975. Sasson was a young electrical engineer in Kodak's apparatus division. He'd been given a somewhat vague assignment: explore whether charge-coupled device technology, CCDs, could have practical applications in imaging. It was the kind of blue-sky research project that large, profitable companies hand to junior engineers. Nobody expected much. Sasson built a device. It was, by any modern standard, absurd. Roughly the size of a toaster, weighed about 8 pounds. It captured a single image at a resolution of 0.01 megapixels, 10,000 pixels, roughly the quality of a thumbnail image on a website you'd close immediately. The image was recorded onto a digital cassette tape, and the process of capturing that single, terrible, barely visible image took 23 seconds. But it worked. It was a camera that used no film, no chemicals, no darkroom, no developing process, no Kodak consumables of any kind. It captured light, digitally, and stored it electronically. It was the seed of everything that would follow, the digital revolution that would eventually put a camera in every pocket on Earth. Sasson brought his invention to Kodak's management. He demonstrated it. He explained the technology. He projected its trajectory. That resolution would improve, that storage would shrink, that costs would fall. He was 24 years old, and he was, without exaggeration, showing his employer the most important development in photography since George Eastman's original camera. And management's response, as Sasson later recalled it, was direct. "That is cute, but do not tell anyone about it." They didn't say it was impossible. They didn't say the technology was flawed. They didn't argue with his projections. They said, "Don't tell anyone," because they understood, immediately and correctly, what digital photography meant for a company that made 70 cents of profit on every dollar of film sold. It meant the end. They literally invented the technology that would kill them, took one look at it, and said, "Bury it." Imagine if Rome had invented gunpowder and decided not to use it because it might upset the catapult manufacturers. Imagine if the telegraph company had invented the telephone and locked it in a vault because it might reduce telegram revenue. Actually, that one nearly happened too. Western Union passed on buying Alexander Graham Bell's patents for $100,000. But even Western Union didn't invent the telephone themselves. Kodak's achievement is singular in the annals of corporate self-destruction. They created their own killer, recognized it immediately, and chose to smother it in the crib. Now, here's where I need to be fair. Because the story, as it's usually told, stupid executives ignore a brilliant engineer, is satisfying, but incomplete. The truth is more interesting and more dangerous. Kodak's leadership was not stupid. The decision to suppress digital photography was not irrational. It was, by the standards of quarterly earnings and fiduciary duty, and every metric that Wall Street uses to evaluate corporate performance, entirely logical. Film had 70% margins. Digital cameras are hardware, low margin, high competition commodity products. The money in photography wasn't in cameras. It was in consumables, film, paper, chemicals, processing. Kodak's entire business model, its entire profit engine, its entire reason for existing as a publicly traded company generating returns for shareholders, was film. So when a 24-year-old engineer walks in and says, "I've built something that makes film obsolete," the rational response, the shareholder value maximizing response, the response that every business school case study would endorse in the short term, is to protect film. Develop digital quietly? Sure. File the patents? Absolutely. Kodak eventually filed thousands of digital imaging patents. But invest in it aggressively? Cannibalize your own 70% margin business to build a 10% margin business? What CEO would present that strategy to the board? This is the trap. And it's not unique to Kodak. It's the same trap that has killed dozens of dominant companies across dozens of industries. The rational trap, the logic of protecting what's working today, becomes the mechanism that destroys what could work tomorrow. And the most insidious part? At every individual decision point, the choice to protect the existing business looks correct. It's only when you string all those individual decisions together across years and then decades that you see the trajectory, a long, gentle, barely perceptible downward slope that ends in a cliff. Clayton Christensen called it the innovator's dilemma. I'd call it something simpler, the comfort paradox, wearing a suit. Kodak was too successful to change. Its very dominance became the argument against adaptation. Why would you abandon a proven, profitable, beloved product for an unproven, unprofitable, uncertain one? The answer, because someone else will, was always obvious in hindsight. But in the moment, in the boardroom, with this quarter's earnings report glowing on the table, it never seemed urgent. It was always next year's problem. Let's trace the decline, because it didn't happen overnight. It happened in slow motion, over 30 years, which somehow makes it worse. Through the 1980s, Kodak continued to dominate film, while digital technology matured elsewhere. They weren't oblivious. They invested in digital research, filed patents, explored applications. But every digital initiative was subordinate to film. Every budget meeting prioritized the cash cow. Every strategic plan put digital in the emerging category, the long-term bucket, the "we're monitoring it" column. The language of corporate delay is remarkably consistent across industries. We're aware of the trend. We're investing appropriately. We're positioned to respond when the market is ready. The market didn't wait for Kodak to be ready. In the 1990s, digital cameras began appearing from Sony, Canon, Nikon, companies that had no film business to protect. This is the critical asymmetry. Every competitor who was not burdened by a legacy film business had no reason not to pursue digital aggressively. Sony didn't care if digital photography destroyed film sales. Sony didn't sell film. Canon and Nikon sold cameras, and they recognized that digital cameras were still cameras. Only Kodak was paralyzed by the conflict between its future and its past. And Kodak did try, half-heartedly, belatedly, but they tried. They released digital cameras. Some were actually quite good, but every product launch came with an internal tension that was visible even from the outside. How do you enthusiastically market a product that undermines your primary revenue stream? How do you tell consumers to embrace the digital future when your entire profit structure depends on them buying film? Kodak's digital efforts had the energy of a man recommending a restaurant. He's hoping we'll go out of business. Technically correct, utterly unconvincing. I think the CEO in 2000 knew exactly what was coming. He said, and I'm paraphrasing, "We are not going to fight digital in a way that destroys our traditional business." He was right about the second part. They did not destroy their traditional business. Someone else did. That's the line that should be carved above the entrance of every business school in the country. We did not destroy our traditional business. Someone else did, because the destruction was coming regardless. The only question was whether Kodak would lead it or be buried by it. They chose to be buried, not in one dramatic decision, but in 1,000 small ones, 1,000 moments where the safe choice, the comfortable choice, the choice that protected this quarter's earnings, moved them one step closer to the edge. Then came the smartphone, and whatever slim hope remained for Kodak's belated digital pivot evaporated. In 2007, Apple released the iPhone. Within a few years, every phone was a camera. Not a good camera at first, but a camera you always had with you. The best camera, as photographers began saying, is the one you have with you. And suddenly, the market wasn't just shifting from film to digital cameras. It was shifting from cameras to phones. The entire category that Kodak was belatedly trying to enter was itself being disrupted. Can you see the layers of irony? Kodak suppressed digital photography to protect film. Digital photography matured anyway. Kodak then tried to enter digital photography only to find that the category itself was being absorbed into smartphones. They were chasing a train that was already being replaced by an airplane. Every strategic response was one generation behind the actual threat, always fighting the last war, always arriving at the battlefield after the battle had moved somewhere else. The financial deterioration, once it began in earnest, was breathtaking. Revenue fell year after year. Layoffs came in waves, 10,000 here, 20,000 there. Rochester hollowed out. The parks Kodak had built went untended. The hospitals lost their largest donor. The tax base shrank. An entire city's prosperity, built on the assumption that people would always need film, crumbled as that assumption proved false. January 19th, 2012. Eastman Kodak filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. A company that had once been valued at $31 billion. A company that had employed 140,000 people. A company that had literally invented the technology that was killing it 37 years before it died. Gone. Not acquired. Not merged. Not restructured in any meaningful way. Just gone. So what do we learn? What does Kodak teach us that the Janissaries and the Catholic Church and every other story of institutional decline has been trying to say? It teaches us that the most dangerous weakness in any organization is not ignorance. Kodak was not ignorant. They had more information about digital photography than any company on earth. They invented it. They patented it. They studied it. They commissioned reports about it. They held conferences about it. They knew more than anyone. The weakness was not ignorance. It was the inability to act on what they knew, the inability to make a decision that was painful today in order to avoid a catastrophe tomorrow. The inability to choose the future when the present was so comfortable, so profitable, so easy. This is institutional weakness masquerading as caution. When every incentive in the system, compensation structures, quarterly earnings expectations, career advancement metrics, board expectations, Wall Street analysis, when all of those incentives reward defending the past, then defending the past is exactly what the system will do. Not because the people in the system are weak individually. Many of them were brilliant. But because the system itself, the structure of incentives and rewards and punishments that governs organizational behavior, that system was optimized for a world that no longer existed. The comfort paradox in corporate form. The very thing that made Kodak great, its dominance of film, became the thing that made adaptation impossible. Success became the argument against change. Profit became the enemy of survival. And every quarter that the earnings looked good was another quarter where the fundamental strategic problem went unaddressed. The cost, 140,000 jobs, a city's economic foundation, $31 billion of shareholder value, and the legacy of one of America's most innovative companies, reduced to a cautionary tale told in business schools by professors who, and I mean this respectfully, have never had to make the kind of decision Kodak's leaders faced. It's easy to say they should have cannibalized film. It's easy from the outside, from the future, from the safety of hindsight. But in the moment, in the boardroom, with 70% margins on the table and shareholders on the phone and 140,000 families depending on this quarter's numbers, the future can wait. It can always wait. Until it can't. And by then, it's already here. We started this story in a palace in Ravenna, an emperor who kept chickens, a general who kept the empire alive, and a sword that fell on the wrong neck. Honorius killed Stilicho. The Visigoths sacked Rome, and we sat with that for a while, turning it over like a coin with two faces, weakness on one side, destruction on the other. But here's what I didn't tell you then. It happened again, not as metaphor, not as rhyme, as repetition, almost beat for beat. A different century, a different emperor, a different general. But the same fatal arithmetic, the same equation that weak men cannot seem to stop themselves from solving. The man who protects you becomes the man you fear most. And so you destroy him. And then you discover what the world looks like without him. 43 years after Honorius executed Stilicho, another Western Roman emperor sat on a throne he hadn't earned, looked at a general who had saved everything, and reached for his sword. His name was Valentinian III, and the general's name was Flavius Aetius. They called Aetius the last of the Romans, not because he was the final Roman. There would be others after him, clinging to titles as the furniture burned around them. They called him that because he was the last man who understood what Rome actually required. Not ceremony, not lineage, not the purple robes and the careful Latin and the appeals to a glory that had already packed its bags and left. What Rome required in those last desperate decades was someone who could look at the barbarian world, pressing in from every direction, and say, I know these people. I know how they fight. I know how they think. And I know how to keep them from finishing us off. See, Aetius had an education that no Roman school could provide. As a boy, he'd been sent as a hostage, first to the court of Alaric, the same Alaric whose Visigoths would later sack Rome, then to the Huns themselves. He lived among them, ate their food, learned their language, watched how they rode, how they fought, how they negotiated. Most Roman nobles would have considered this a humiliation, a degradation, being forced to live among savages. Aetius understood it was the greatest strategic training anyone could receive, because the Western Roman Empire of the 5th century was not the empire of Augustus. It was not even the empire of Marcus Aurelius. It was a patchwork, a quilt stitched together with fraying thread. The legions that had once conquered the known world were shadows of themselves, underfunded, undermanned, increasingly composed of the very barbarian peoples they were supposed to be defending against. The borders were theoretical, the treasury was hemorrhaging, and every year, more Germanic tribes, more Hunnic raiders, more ambitious warlords tested the walls and found them thinner than they looked. In this environment, brute military force was no longer sufficient. You couldn't simply march a legion north and crush the problem. There weren't enough legions. There wasn't enough gold. What you needed was something more subtle, more dangerous. You needed a man who could play factions against each other, who could convince one barbarian group to fight another barbarian group on Rome's behalf, who could make alliances that lasted just long enough to get through the current crisis and then renegotiate when the next crisis arrived. Aetius was that man. For nearly 3 decades, he held the Western Empire together through a combination of military skill, diplomatic genius, and personal relationships with barbarian leaders that no other Roman could have maintained. He defeated the Burgundians. He checked the Visigoths. He suppressed revolts in Gaul. He managed the impossible, keeping a dying empire alive through sheer force of competence and will. And all of this happened beneath an emperor who contributed nothing. Valentinian III became emperor in 425 AD when he was 6 years old. His mother, Galla Placidia, ruled for him. And when I say ruled for him, I mean she made every decision, managed every appointment, handled every crisis, while her son grew up in a palace learning. Well, it's not entirely clear what Valentinian learned. What he did not learn was how to govern. What he did not learn was how to command respect. What he did not learn was the fundamental skill that every leader must possess, the ability to recognize that other people's competence is not a threat to your authority. It is the foundation of it. Galla Placidia, whatever her flaws, understood power. She was the daughter of Theodosius the Great, the sister of Honorius, a woman who had been captured by the Visigoths, married to their king, widowed, returned to Rome, married again, and eventually installed her son on the throne through a combination of political maneuvering that would have exhausted most senators. She was tough, she was pragmatic, and she understood that Aetius, for all his independence, for all his personal ambition, was the only thing standing between the Western Empire and complete collapse. But Galla Placidia died in 450 AD, and suddenly Valentinian, now in his early 30s, was governing alone for the first time in his life. A man who had never made a consequential decision. A man who had spent his entire reign in someone else's shadow, First his mothers, then his generals. Now, this is the moment where weak leaders become dangerous. Not when they're sheltered. Not when someone else is handling the hard parts, but when the shelter is removed and they're suddenly standing in the open, exposed, and they realize everyone is looking past them at someone else. That's when the mathematics of insecurity begin their lethal work. Because here is what Valentinian saw when he looked at his empire in 450 AD. Aetius controlled the armies. Aetius had the loyalty of the barbarian federates. Aetius had the reputation across the empire and beyond it as the man who actually held things together. When foreign leaders wanted to negotiate, they negotiated with Aetius. When crisis erupted on the frontier, people looked to Aetius. Valentinian wore the purple. Aetius wielded the power, and Valentinian knew it. Then came Attila, the scourge of God, the man whose very name made bishops weep and generals reconsider their career choices. Attila, the Hun, had unified the Hunnic tribes into the most terrifying military force Europe had seen in centuries. His empire stretched from Central Asia to the borders of Gaul. His cavalry could cover distances that seemed physically impossible. His armies didn't just defeat opponents, they annihilated them. Cities that resisted were burned to foundations. Populations were slaughtered or enslaved. Attila understood that terror was a weapon as effective as any sword, and he deployed it with the precision of a man who had studied its economics. By 451, Attila had turned his attention to the Western Empire. His army, estimates vary, but likely somewhere between 30 and 50,000 warriors, possibly more, crossed the Rhine and began devastating Gaul. City after city fell. The smoke rose from the horizon like a curtain being drawn across civilization itself, and everyone looked at Aetius. Not Valentinian. Aetius. Now, what Aetius did next is one of the great diplomatic and military achievements in the history of Western civilization, and I don't use that phrase casually. He assembled a coalition. Romans, Visigoths under King Theodoric, Franks, Burgundians, Saxons, Alans, peoples who had been fighting each other for generations, peoples who had every reason to distrust Rome and every reason to distrust each other. Aetius convinced them all that the threat Attila posed was existential, that whatever grievances they held, whatever blood debts remained unpaid, none of it would matter if Attila's horde rolled over them one by one. This was not just military strategy, this was political genius. Because each of these groups had to be approached differently. Each had different demands, different fears, different calculations about their own survival. The Visigoths had to be convinced that fighting alongside Rome, the empire that had displaced them, betrayed them, used them as pawns for decades, was preferable to waiting for Attila to arrive at their own borders. The Franks had to believe that the coalition would hold. The smaller tribes had to trust that they wouldn't be sacrificed as expendable shock troops. Aetius threaded every needle. He called in every favor. He leveraged every relationship he'd built over 30 years. And in June of 451, on the Catalonian plains, near modern-day Chalons in northeastern France, the combined forces met Attila's army. The battle was enormous. Ancient sources describe it as one of the bloodiest engagements in memory. Theodoric, king of the Visigoths, was killed during the fighting, trampled by his own cavalry in the chaos, or struck down by Hunnic arrows. Accounts vary, but his death galvanized the Visigothic warriors. Rather than breaking them, they fought with a fury that even Attila's Huns could not withstand. By nightfall, Attila had been driven back to his camp. He'd piled saddles into a great mound, reportedly intending to set it ablaze and throw himself into the flames rather than be captured. Whether that's legend or fact, the point is clear. Attila, the man who had terrorized half of Europe, was contemplating suicide rather than face the consequences of what Aetius had done to him. The Catalonian plains. If you're not a student of military history, the name might not mean much. But consider this. If Attila had won that battle, there was nothing between his army and the heartlands of Western Europe. No second army, no fallback position, no reserve force waiting to try again. Gaul falls. Spain is exposed. Italy is exposed. The political structures that would eventually become France, Germany, the foundations of medieval European civilization, all of it is rewritten. Some historians argue it's the most important battle in Western history, and I'm not inclined to disagree. Aetius saved civilization. That is not hyperbole. That is the military assessment. And Valentinian watched it happen from a safe distance, wearing the purple, contributing nothing. Now, here is where the story curdles. Because after the Catalonian plains, Aetius's fame reached heights that made his emperor's irrelevance impossible to ignore. Songs were composed about the general. Ambassadors paid their respects to Aetius first. There were whispers, perhaps real, perhaps planted by Aetius's enemies at court, that the general intended to marry his son into the imperial family, that he was positioning himself not just as the power behind the throne, but as the replacement for it. Were the rumors true? Possibly. Aetius was ambitious. He always had been. But ambitious men who hold empires together through competence are a different category than ambitious men who tear empires apart through greed. And whatever Aetius's long-term plans might have been, he remained loyal to the office of the emperor, even if he had long since stopped respecting the man who held it. Valentinian, however, had spent his entire life being told what to do. By his mother, by his advisors, by his general. And now, with Galla Placidia dead and Aetius's star burning brighter than ever, a courtier named Petronius Maximus and a eunuch named Heraclius began whispering a different kind of advice into the emperor's ear. Aetius is too powerful. Aetius cannot be controlled. Aetius will take your throne. The only way to be safe is to act first. This is the poison that kills empires, not the external threat, not the barbarian at the gate, but the whisper in the palace that reframes loyalty as danger and competence as conspiracy. Valentinian had lived his whole life in fear of inadequacy, of irrelevance, of the dawning recognition that he occupied a throne he could never fill. And Petronius Maximus gave that fear a target, a solution, a simple, violent answer to a complex problem. September 21st, 454 A.D., Aetius came to the palace in Ravenna for what he believed was a routine financial meeting. He was presenting a report on tax revenues, administrative business, bureaucratic detail. The kind of meeting that happens 100 times without incident. Valentinian was waiting with a sword. During the meeting, the emperor suddenly accused Aetius of plotting treason. Aetius began to respond. to defend himself, to explain, to do what he had done for 30 years, which was to manage an irrational situation with patience and skill. But Valentinian didn't wait for an answer. He drew his sword and struck Aetius himself. His courtiers joined in. The greatest general the Western Empire had produced in a century was hacked to death in a conference room over a budget presentation. The man who had defeated Attila the Hun, murdered during a meeting about taxes. And then came the words that echo across 15 centuries because they contain everything you need to know about what weakness does when it holds power. A courtier. Some sources say it was a man named Sidonius Apollinaris. Others attribute it differently. Looked at the emperor standing over the body of his general and said, "I do not know whether your motives were justified, sire. But I know that you have cut off your right hand with your left. Your right hand with your left." The precision of that metaphor is almost surgical. It's not about morality. It's not about whether Aetius deserved it or didn't. It's about function. You have removed the part of yourself that does the work, and you did it with the part that remains. What exactly do you plan to do now? Valentinian had no answer, because Valentinian had never had answers. He'd had protectors, and he'd just killed the last one. The consequences were immediate and total. Without Aetius, there was no one to manage the barbarian federates, no one to hold the coalition together, no one who understood the delicate web of alliances and threats and promises that kept the Western Empire from flying apart. The system that Aetius had maintained through personal genius and 30 years of accumulated relationships. That system died on the floor of that meeting room beside him. But the personal consequences for Valentinian came even faster. Among Aetius's retinue were 2 bodyguards, Attila and Thraustila, barbarian warriors who had served the general with the kind of loyalty that comes from years of shared danger and mutual respect. When their commander was murdered, they did not forget. They did not forgive, and they did not wait long. March 16th, 455 AD, less than 6 months later. Valentinian was on the Campus Martius, the field of Mars outside Rome, practicing archery. A leisurely afternoon. The kind of afternoon that a man has when he believes his problems have been solved. Attila and Thraustila approached. They drew their swords, and they killed the Emperor of Rome in broad daylight, in front of his own soldiers and attendants. Nobody stopped them. Nobody tried. That's the detail that tells you everything. When Aetius was murdered, the court helped. When Valentinian was murdered, the court watched. Not a single guard moved to intervene. Not a single attendant raised an arm. The emperor of the Western Roman Empire was butchered in a public field, and his own people stood there and let it happen, because he had earned exactly the loyalty he had shown, which is to say, none. Petronius Maximus, the courtier who had whispered Valentinian toward murder, seized the throne. He lasted 77 days before the Vandals sacked Rome, and a mob tore him apart in the streets. And the Western Roman Empire? It staggered on for another 21 years. Emperor after emperor, each weaker than the last, each more dependent on barbarian generals they could not trust and could not replace. Until 476 AD, when Odoacer, a barbarian chieftain, deposed the last Western emperor, a teenager named Romulus Augustulus, and didn't even bother to kill him, just sent him to a villa in Campania with a pension. The boy wasn't worth the sword stroke. That's how the Western Roman Empire ended. Not with a battle, not with a siege, with a retirement package. Now, I want you to hold something in your mind. Hold Honorius and Stilicho in one hand. Hold Valentinian and Aetius in the other. And feel the weight of the repetition. Honorius, weak emperor, dominated by advisors, incapable of independent governance. Stilicho, brilliant general of barbarian origin, who held the empire together. Honorius executes Stilicho in 408 A.D. The Visigoths sack Rome 2 years later. Valentinian, weak emperor, dominated by his mother, incapable of independent governance. Aetius, brilliant general who grew up among barbarians and held the empire together. Valentinian personally murders Aetius in 454 A.D. Valentinian is assassinated 6 months later. Rome is sacked by Vandals the following year. The same pattern, separated by 46 years, the same weakness, the same jealousy, the same inability to understand that the competent man keeping you alive is not your enemy. He is your immune system. And when you destroy your immune system, because it makes you feel inadequate, the infection doesn't politely wait. This is what I call the protector paradox. And the Western Roman Empire proved it twice, at the cost of civilization itself. The paradox works like this. A weak leader needs a strong protector, but a strong protector, by definition, highlights the leader's weakness. The leader's insecurity grows in direct proportion to the protector's competence, until the leader concludes, always wrongly, always fatally, that removing the protector will somehow make the leader strong. It never does. It just makes the leader exposed. You can see this pattern everywhere if you know how to look. In corporate boards that fire visionary executives because they make the chairman feel irrelevant. In political parties that purge their most effective operators because the leader feels threatened. In families that drive away the competent child because the incompetent parent can't bear the comparison. The logic is always the same. I cannot rise to your level, so I will bring you down to mine. And the result is always the same. A void where competence used to be, and a world that doesn't care about your feelings rushing in to fill it. Valentinian thought he was solving a problem when he drew that sword. He thought he was asserting authority, reclaiming his throne, proving that he was more than a figurehead in purple robes. What he was actually doing was signing his own death warrant and drafting the obituary for an empire that had stood for 1,000 years. Because here's what the courtier understood, and the emperor did not. You did not kill a rival. You killed a function. And when the function is gone, everything it was holding together comes apart. 2 Roman emperors, 2 great generals, the same fatal weakness, and the same result. An empire that destroyed itself, not by losing wars, but by murdering the men who won them. There is a particular cruelty in inheritance. You don't choose what you receive, and the world doesn't care that you didn't ask for it. The year is 1422. Henry V of England, the hero of Agincourt, the conqueror of Normandy, perhaps the greatest warrior king the English have ever produced, lies dying in a castle outside Paris. He is 35 years old. Dysentery. Not a sword. Not a battle wound. An infection of the gut. The kind that kills peasants and princes with equal indifference. The man who had humiliated the flower of French chivalry, who had turned a modest English army into a force that crushed opponents 3 times its size, who had forced the French king to disinherit his own son and name Henry as heir to both thrones. That man is dying of a disease you can get from bad water. His son is 9 months old. Think about that for a moment. 9 months old, an infant who cannot walk, cannot speak, cannot recognize the crown they're about to place near his head. He inherits the throne of England. He inherits the claim to the throne of France. He inherits the most powerful military reputation in Europe. Armies in the field, alliances cemented by his father's genius and charisma, and the expectation, the overwhelming, crushing, impossible expectation that he will be the man his father was. He will not be. He will be something entirely different. Something the medieval world had almost no framework for handling. And by the time his story is finished, England will have torn itself apart in a civil war that lasts 30 years and ends with a dynasty on the throne that has almost no legitimate claim to be there, but sits there anyway, because everyone with a better claim is dead. This is the story of Henry VI, the king who went mad, and the kingdom that went mad with him. Now, when I say Henry VI was not his father, I don't mean he was merely less capable, less bold, less martial. I mean, he was constitutionally, temperamentally, and perhaps neurologically, a completely different kind of human being. Henry V was iron and fire. Henry VI was prayer and gentleness. He was pious in a way that struck even medieval churchmen as excessive. He disliked violence. He disliked confrontation. He was generous to a fault, literally to a fault, because medieval kings who give away too much land and too many favors create exactly the kind of entitled, competitive, grasping nobility that eventually turns on each other and on you. He founded Eton College. He founded King's College, Cambridge. These were his passions: education, devotion, architecture, the things that a brilliant monk or a thoughtful scholar might pursue. Admirable qualities in the abstract, in a king sitting atop a military empire held together by personal authority and the credible threat of violence. These qualities were a slow-burning catastrophe, because medieval kingship was not a ceremonial position. It was not symbolic. The king was the system. He was the court of final appeal. He was the commander-in-chief. He was the arbiter of disputes between nobles whose idea of dispute resolution involved private armies and selective arson. The king's personality, his judgment, his strength, these weren't accessories to governance. They were governance. A weak king didn't just mean bad policy. A weak king meant no center, no gravity, no force holding the orbiting bodies of the English nobility in their proper paths. And Henry was weak. Not cruel, not stupid, exactly, but weak, unable to say no, unable to impose his will on men who had louder voices and sharper instincts. He gave away royal lands and privileges with an open hand, creating a class of nobles who grew rich and powerful, not through service to the crown, but through proximity to a king who couldn't refuse them. He allowed factions to form around him that he could not control. He allowed advisors to accumulate influence that should have remained with the crown. But all of that, the weakness, the passivity, the slow erosion of royal authority, might have been manageable, might have been survivable. Plenty of mediocre kings have muddled through without destroying their realms. Henry III managed it. Edward II. Well, Edward II didn't manage it, but the point is that simple weakness doesn't necessarily produce catastrophe. What produces catastrophe is when weakness meets crisis, when the center fails at exactly the moment the center is needed most. And in 1453, the center didn't just fail. It vanished. In August of that year, Henry VI suffered a complete mental collapse. The nature of his illness has been debated for centuries. Modern historians and psychiatrists have suggested catatonic schizophrenia. Others have proposed severe depressive episodes. His maternal grandfather, Charles VI of France, had suffered similar episodes, long periods of madness during which he believed he was made of glass and could shatter at any moment. Whatever the clinical diagnosis, the symptoms were unmistakable and devastating. Henry could not speak, could not move on his own, could not recognize anyone around him, not his wife, not his advisors, not even his own newborn son, Edward of Westminster, who was born in October 1453. They brought the infant prince to the king, hoping to rouse some response. Henry stared through the child as if the baby were made of smoke. For over a year, the King of England was essentially a living statue. Breathing, eating when fed, but absent. The lights on, the house empty. And in that void, that terrifying, unprecedented void at the heart of English government, every ambitious man in the kingdom saw opportunity. The Duke of York moved first. Richard of York was everything Henry was not: decisive, militarily capable, politically aggressive, and acutely aware that his own claim to the throne was, through certain genealogical arguments, stronger than Henry's. While the king sat motionless in his chambers, York was named Lord Protector. He governed. He made decisions. He appointed allies to key positions. He tasted what power felt like, and he did not find it bitter. Then, in late 1454, Henry recovered, or seemed to recover. He emerged from his catatonia, recognized his son, resumed the rituals of kingship, and immediately the question that had been hovering over England like a drawn blade came crashing down. Richard of York had been running the country. Now, the king wanted it back. But York had no intention of returning to obscurity. He had governed. He had wielded authority. And he had seen, with his own eyes, how utterly incapable this king was. If Henry had possessed the strength to reassert himself decisively, to reward York for his service while firmly reclaiming royal prerogative, the crisis might have been contained. But Henry didn't possess that strength. He never had. And into the gap between what he should have done and what he was capable of doing, his wife stepped with a ferocity that would have been admirable if it hadn't been so ultimately destructive. Margaret of Anjou, French by birth, Lancastrian by marriage, and a warrior by temperament. She was everything her husband was not: fierce, decisive, politically ruthless, She saw York as a mortal threat to her son's inheritance, which he was, and she was prepared to fight with every weapon available to remove him. In a different marriage, her strength might have perfectly complemented her husband's gentleness, a strong queen behind a mild king, managing the court, directing policy, protecting the dynasty. But Margaret had a problem that no amount of ferocity could solve. She was French, in an English court that was losing a war to France, that was watching English territories on the continent dissolve one by one. The Queen's nationality was not a minor political liability. It was an open wound. Every military defeat in France, and by the 1450s there were many, attached itself to her. Every concession, every lost castle, every retreating army reinforced the whispered accusation that the French Queen was secretly working against English interests. It wasn't true. Margaret was fighting desperately for her husband's throne and her son's future. But truth is a secondary consideration in politics. Perception is primary. And so England divided, not cleanly, not all at once, but with the terrible inevitability of a crack spreading through ice. On one side, Lancaster, Henry, Margaret, and their allies among the English nobility. On the other side, York, Richard, his sons, Edward and Edmund, the Earl of Warwick, and their faction. The causes were complex: dynastic rivalry, personal grudges, disputes over land and influence, the accumulated grievances of decades. But the catalyst, the single irreducible factor, without which the whole bloody mechanism might never have engaged, was the void at the center, the absence of a functioning king. May 22nd, 1455. The First Battle of St. Albans. It was less a battle than a street fight, a brief savage engagement in the town center that lasted perhaps half an hour. But it was enough. The Duke of Somerset, Henry's chief minister, was killed. Henry himself was wounded. An arrow grazed his neck. York emerged victorious and was once again named Protector. The Wars of the Roses had begun. Lancaster and York, red rose and white. Although those neat heraldic symbols obscure the reality, which was ugly and confused and driven less by dynastic principle than by personal ambition and accumulated hatred. What followed was 30 years of intermittent civil war that devastated the English nobility, ravaged towns and villages across the country, and produced a body count among the ruling class that fundamentally reshaped who held power in England. And through all of it, Henry drifted, present but absent, crowned but powerless. A king in name who served primarily as a symbol, something to fight over, something to display, something to point at and say, "See, our cause is legitimate because we have the king." He was captured and recaptured. He was deposed by York's son Edward in 1461 after the catastrophic Lancastrian defeat at the Battle of Towton. Fought in a snowstorm, the bloodiest battle ever fought on English soil, with estimated casualties between 20 and 30,000 men. Edward became Edward IV. Henry fled to Scotland with Margaret and his son. For nearly a decade, Henry was a fugitive, hiding in sympathetic households in northern England, moving from refuge to refuge, a deposed king living like a vagrant. He was finally captured in 1465 and imprisoned in the Tower of London. Not executed, just stored like a piece of furniture. that might be useful again someday. And in 1470, it was. The Earl of Warwick, the Kingmaker they called him, a man whose ambition was matched only by his capacity for betrayal, fell out with Edward IV and switched sides. He crossed to France, allied with Margaret of Anjou, and in an extraordinary reversal, invaded England and restored Henry to the throne. The Readeption, they called it. Henry VI, king again, paraded through London in borrowed robes. But Henry was not restored in any meaningful sense. He was a puppet, a figurehead displayed by Warwick to legitimize Warwick's own power. The man who emerged from the Tower was broken, mentally fragile, physically diminished, a ghost wearing a crown. Warwick governed. Margaret remained in France gathering forces, and Edward IV, who had fled to Burgundy, was already planning his return. He returned in March 1471. By April, he'd defeated Warwick at the Battle of Barnet. Warwick was killed, cut down while trying to flee on horseback. By May, he'd destroyed the Lancastrian army at the Battle of Tewkesbury. Margaret was captured. Her son, Edward of Westminster, the prince that Henry couldn't recognize during his breakdown, the boy whose very existence was the reason Margaret had fought so ferociously for so long, was killed. Some accounts say he was murdered after the battle. Others say he fell in the fighting. Either way, the Lancastrian heir was dead. And on May 21st, 1471, Henry VI was found dead in the Tower of London. The official account claimed he died of melancholy upon hearing of his son's death. Nobody believed it. Edward almost certainly ordered the killing. The details were never established, but the political logic was inescapable. As long as Henry lived, he was a rallying point, a symbol around which future rebellions could crystallize. Dead, he was merely a tragedy. The cost: 30 years of civil war. The great noble families of England gutted. The Beauforts, the Nevilles, the Percys, all bled white. Towns burned, harvests destroyed. A generation of young men fed into a machine that produced nothing but more grievances and more dead. The eventual winner, Henry Tudor, who became Henry VII after defeating Richard III at Bosworth Field in 1485, was a Lancastrian claimant, whose actual claim to the throne was, by the standards of the time, remarkably thin. His descent from Edward III ran through a legitimized bastard line. Under normal circumstances, he would never have been within shouting distance of the crown. But there was no one left. The Wars of the Roses had consumed the English nobility with such thoroughness that a man with a marginal claim could seize the throne, simply because everyone with a stronger claim had been killed. Henry Tudor won not because he was the rightful king. He won because he was the last man standing in a room full of corpses. And all of it, every battle, every betrayal, every murdered prince and slaughtered army, traces back to that room in 1453, where a king sat motionless, unable to recognize his own child. The void at the center, the absence that every ambitious man rushed to fill with his own agenda. Now, I want to be careful here, because there's a version of this story that treats Henry VI as a villain, the weak king who destroyed his kingdom through passivity and incompetence. And there's some truth in that framing. Political leadership is not a vocation where gentleness is sufficient, and Henry's inability to govern did create the conditions for catastrophe. But Henry didn't choose his illness. He didn't choose to inherit a throne at 9 months old. He didn't choose to be the son of a legend whose shadow he could never escape. He was, in many ways, as much a victim as anyone who died on those battlefields. The real lesson isn't about Henry's character. It's about systems. About what happens when an entire political structure depends on the health and competence of a single person, and that person fails. Not through malice, not through corruption, through illness, through the simple biological fact that human brains sometimes break, and when they break in a king, the kingdom breaks with them. Medieval England had almost no mechanism for handling an incapacitated monarch. No formal regency process that all parties accepted. No constitutional framework for transferring authority cleanly and temporarily. The Lord Protector arrangement was improvised, contested, and unstable. It depended entirely on the good faith of the people involved. And good faith was a commodity in desperately short supply among 15th century English nobles. This is not merely a medieval problem. Modern institutions still struggle with the question of incapacitated leadership, and the consequences, while usually less bloody, can be nearly as destructive. When a CEO suffers a health crisis, and the board hasn't planned for succession, companies fracture along factional lines exactly the way the English nobility did. When a head of state becomes unable to function, and the constitutional mechanisms for transfer are unclear or contested, governments can paralyze themselves at moments of maximum danger. The question is never whether leaders will fail. Biology guarantees it. Age, illness, injury, the simple entropy of human cognition. Every leader will eventually be unable to perform their role. The question is whether the system around them can absorb that failure, whether there are structures in place that can maintain continuity when the center cannot hold. Henry VI's England had no such structures, and the price was 30 years of blood and a dynasty that ended in a ditch at Bosworth Field. You know, there's one more detail I keep coming back to. Henry founded Eton College in 1440. It still exists. 600 years later, it's produced 20 prime ministers. King's College, Cambridge, Henry's other great project, is one of the finest educational institutions in the world. The buildings he commissioned are still standing. The chapel at King's College is considered one of the greatest achievements of English Gothic architecture. This was what Henry VI cared about. This was where his mind lived, when his mind was his to use. Education, beauty. The patient construction of institutions meant to outlast any single life. If he'd been born a nobleman rather than a king, he might have been remembered as one of the great patrons of the English Renaissance. A visionary who invested in human potential rather than human destruction. Instead, he's remembered as the king who lost France and started the Wars of the Roses. Because history does not judge you by your intentions. It judges you by the gap between what your position demanded and what you were capable of delivering. And that gap, in Henry's case, was wide enough to swallow a kingdom. 14 stories, 14 warnings, and the pattern has not changed. Because human nature has not changed. 14 stories, 14 empires, institutions, companies, nations, each one powerful, each one seemingly permanent, each one destroyed not by a stronger adversary, but by something quieter, something internal, something that looked, in the moment, like prudence, or tradition, or caution, or loyalty, something that was, in fact, weakness. What do these 14 stories reveal? They reveal that weakness is not the absence of strength. Every subject of tonight's episode had strength in abundance. Louis XVI had an army. Nicholas II had an empire spanning 11 time zones. The Catholic Church had 1 billion followers. Kodak had 90% market share. Strength was never the problem. The problem was character, the willingness to use that strength correctly, to make painful decisions before circumstances made them catastrophic, to choose discomfort today over disaster tomorrow. And the cost. The cost is always paid by someone else. Louis XVI's weakness was paid for by the people of France, first in the chaos of revolution, then in the tyranny that followed. Nicholas II's indecision was paid for by millions of Russians who suffered under the regime that replaced him. Chamberlain's appeasement was paid for by 70 million dead. Kodak's paralysis was paid for by 140,000 workers and an entire city. The pattern is absolute. When leaders fail to bear the cost of difficult decisions, that cost does not disappear. It compounds, it multiplies, and it falls inevitably on the people who had the least say in the matter. Of everyone we covered tonight, I think the most dangerous form of weakness is not incompetence. Incompetence is visible. It can be identified and corrected. The most dangerous form is indecision, the quiet, invisible paralysis of leaders who have the power to act and choose not to. Louis XVI could not decide. Nicholas II could not decide. Chamberlain could not decide. And millions paid for their hesitation. These patterns are not historical curiosities. They are operating right now. Somewhere tonight, a leader is removing a competent subordinate because their success feels threatening. Somewhere, an institution is choosing reputation over mission, protecting its image at the expense of the people it was built to serve. The cycle of hard times creating strong people creating good times creating weak people, and weak people creating hard times. It is not inevitable. It is not a law of physics. It is a choice. Since you made it this far, I am glad you enjoyed the episode. If you would like to continue listening to episodes with similar themes, I linked them in the description below. You will also find a playlist of our most popular videos. Sleep now, midnight magnates. And wake up, as always, a little stronger and a little wiser. The story is done, but yours continues.